So stand up, lean in. You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true. Make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Indeed. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. We know you got numerous choices to make every day, and we are really grateful you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you for being here, friends. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, and liking is loving, and sharing is caring. Don't forget gifting goal today. Help us take care of that. Check out the gift gallery as well if you don't mind. We are crowdfunded as we march towards 25K for our Do Something tour. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, any donation of $3 or more gets you entered into this week's contest. Much like last week, we compile everybody who enters, and we spin the wheel on Monday mornings at 10. And if you are the lucky number, you get to win an item from the merch store. Also, a guest hosting opportunity if you're at all interested. So thank you in advance for your support of that. Please go to the link tree that's in my bio. You'll find links to numerous things there, including link to the Do Something Tour Instagram page. Please follow along. That's on me. We need more content there. I realize that. Working on it. Big transition in my life, trying to figure all this out. But also, you'll find a link to the Discord. Please consider joining that. It's sort of like the hub of our entire community. And speaking of merch, you can find the link to the Facts merch store. It's Facts HQ or factsstillmatter.site. That's SITE. And you can check out all the awesome merchandise that exists there. Thank you, friends. Really, really appreciate you being here. It is the 213th day of the federal government breaking the law by not releasing everything connected to the Jeffrey files. We have a little bit more reporting on that. I do first want to talk about, as we check in our gas prices, because as we know, the war is now officially raging again. Gas spiked overnight last night. It's now at $4.02 a gallon, up a penny from yesterday. It was $3.85 a week ago. It was $3.93 a month ago. It was $3.14 a year ago. Diesel prices sit at $5.14 a gallon. All that winning. So, a few things. Today's show, we discussed this a lot. I'm thinking, why not just kind of lean all in? I've kind of gone back. I've been compiling little bits of like stories about, the Trump family enriching themselves and Trump's allies enriching themselves. And the reason I think it's necessary is because we all know that we have to get money out of politics. Now, this is different because this is just blatant corruption playing in our faces. And we're going to talk about some of the MAGA contradictions as it connects to this because of what they were told that Trump was going to come in and get rid of the deep state. We know all that. So there's a few things that we're going to cover today. I think first we should update the situation in the Gulf because it's popping off again, for sure. As of this morning, Iran has launched more retaliatory strikes against U.S. associated military facilities in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, according to Iranian state media and multiple international news outlets. This, by the way, I do the recap from Reuters every day. I've got it on a feed, and I've just been following them. I just like the way that they report, and I corroborate everything with I compare what CENTCOM says with other news agencies. It's been a pretty accurate depiction of what's been happening over there. Again, retaliatory strikes after Iran launched strikes against Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. According to Iranian state media, multiple international news outlets, Jordan reported intercepting several Iranian drones before they reached their targets. The U.S. continued airstrikes on military targets inside Iran. The Trump administration says the strikes are intended to deter further attacks on U.S. forces and protect shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Commercial shipping remains under threat. Multiple vessels have reportedly been damaged in or near the strait, one of the world's most important oil transit routes, as you know. Continued attacks have raised concerns about global energy supplies. We know that there's been talk about the Houthis getting involved on the Saudi side, so there's all kinds of You know, oh, sorry, what's that? All kinds of pressure on that part of the world. And when you have incompetent people leading our military, that is going to be a real problem. When I say not the flagged officers, I'm talking about leadership, about Pete Kegsbreath in particular. He, by the way, is supposed to appear before the Senate. I believe it's later today. We'll see if we can get some more information. Then we'll report back on that if we get data on our episode of That's a Wrap. Apologies for not having That's a Wrap last night. Been trying to fight off this bug. I don't know what it is, but I'll give you an update on Cyclospora in just a minute. Again, commercial shipping remains under threat. Continued attacks have raised global energy supplies or raised prices, and then concerns about supplies. Despite the fighting, Qatar, Oman, Egypt, Pakistan, and other regional mediators are working on a proposal for a 10-day ceasefire designed to halt the attacks and then reopen for broader negotiations over security in the Gulf and freedom of navigation through the Strait. So far, neither Washington nor Tehran has accepted a new ceasefire proposal, and both continue military operations while leaving the door open to diplomacy. The conflict risks widening beyond Iran itself. The Iran-aligned Houthi movement in Yemen announced a blockade targeting Saudi maritime traffic, raising concerns that fighting could spread further into the Red Sea region and then threaten another critical shipping lane. Markets continue to react to the instability. Oil prices have risen sharply amid fears of prolonged disruption to Gulf shipping. Higher crude prices are beginning to translate into higher gasoline prices again in several countries, including the U.S. And by the way, the U.S. has issued a worldwide caution, and I'll get into that in just a second. Let me just reset this thing right here. Hold on a second, guys. Thank you guys for helping us take out the goals. You guys can just complete the funny looking face thing, whatever that is. Appreciate you. So yes, there has been a warning issued by the State Department. Let's see if I can get the details on that, because it's a little complicated, I guess you could say. Do I have that? Yes. So the U.S. State Department on Saturday issued a worldwide travel alert for Americans abroad, citing heightened tensions in the Middle East and warning that groups supportive of Iran could target U.S. citizens abroad and interests overseas. The global worldwide caution alert comes as active fighting between the U.S. and Iran intensifies. Earlier Saturday, the U.S. military announced that an Iranian missile and drone strike in Jordan killed 2 American service members and left another missing, death toll at around 17. But I've got some reporting on that because we don't even know if that's necessarily accurate. Due to heightened tensions in the Middle East, the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation, said the State Department. The agency urged Americans worldwide, particularly those in the Middle East, to exercise increased caution and closely monitor security guidance from local U.S. embassies and consulates. While the State Department did not order Americans to evacuate any specific country or implement new restrictions on international travel, officials warned that the conflict could directly impact logistics. Commercial flight cancellations and periodic airspace closures are expected to cause disruptions across the region as military activity continues. The warning arrives amid mounting uncertainty for commercial airlines and travelers navigating shifting airspace restrictions across the Middle East. The travel alert came as U.S. Embassy in Jordan warned of a specific and credible threat involving Aqaba's airport and seaport, advising Americans to avoid the facilities at all costs. Jordanian officials later said they had not ordered an evacuation and that the airport and port remained open and operating normally. Obviously, something like this, something to take seriously. Does it mean that there's a threat to us here? No. I mean, I think that, ballistic missiles can't reach us, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't want people to worry about that. I do think it's telling, though, that, this is going to impact global trade because of airlines, because of, airspace closures, et cetera, et cetera. So it's obviously just going to get worse. So please, if you travel abroad, maybe reconsider, depending on where you're going or what you need to do. Please be mindful of the circumstances. So the State Department doesn't normally issue warnings. It's not, they do, but it's rare depending on the circumstance. We already know that, travel to the U.S. is not necessarily encouraged for a variety of reasons, which is, really unfortunate, but shouldn't surprise anybody. I'm just going to update this gift goal, guys. Hang on one second. And I like the frog. Okay. There we go. All right. Something to keep an eye on, like anything we do, just it's a cautionary tale, as they say. So just be mindful of what you travel plans. I guess the big picture is that, yes, it will affect domestic flights as well, because international flights, domestic flights share airspaces at times, etc. So just be mindful. Americans were also advised that if they hear a loud explosion or if sirens are activated, to immediately take cover. If inside, Americans were told to go to the lowest level of any building they are within the fewest exterior walls, windows, and openings. Close any doors and sit near an interior wall away from any windows or openings. This is if you are abroad. If outside, they were told to immediately seek cover in a hardened structure. If that's not possible, lie down and cover your head with your hands. The strike in Jordan also injured 4 additional service members who have since been treated and discharged from local hospitals. The latest casualties bring the total number of American military fatalities in the conflict to 17, while more than 420 service members have been wounded. I have some reporting on that, because this is the New York Times has been doing some reporting. The journalism at the New York Times has always been very, very good. We can talk about the editorial side. Thank you. We can talk about the editorial side, sure, all day, but the journalism itself has been really good. So the headline is such: the Pentagon has withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries during the war. On social media, the Pentagon later said Monday that the number of U.S. military casualties from Iranian attacks since July 7 had risen to nearly 100. Casualties in this case does not mean deaths, okay? In the week leading up to the Iranian attack on Friday, that killed 2 U.S. soldiers and left 1 service member missing in Jordan, Iran carried out 3 other strikes against U.S. forces in the country. Those attacks injured dozens of U.S. service members and damaged several helicopters, according to several U.S. officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. The Pentagon did not disclose the earlier strikes nor the casualties and the damage that they inflicted. Yet later on Monday, on social media, its chief spokesman said the number of U.S. military casualties from Iranian attacks since July 7 had risen to nearly 100. The episode from this weekend is the latest example during the Iran conflict of the tension between what the Pentagon says is the need for operational security and the government's obligation to inform the public about the conduct of the war. Shocker that they're not being transparent with us. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. In statements after airstrikes against Iranian military sites last week, U.S. CENTCOM said it was retaliating for Iran's attacks against commercial ships transiting the Strait, never mentioning Iran's strikes on bases in the region, including in Jordan. CENTCOM is not required to release information about injured service members, especially when they quickly return to duty, a U.S. military official said. I don't know the protocol there, but okay. Moreover, another U.S. military official added, why would the Pentagon divulge information that could help Iran zero in on its deadly ballistic missiles and drone attacks in Jordan and other bases in the Middle East where thousands of American troops are stationed? CENTCOM has also stopped announcing how many sites in Iran it hits each day for the same reason. Okay. Sean Parnell, the chief Pentagon spokesman, said the military had not withheld or misrepresented U.S. casualties in the war. Quote, claims of concealment are fabrications meant to further distress the American people in the wake of the 3 service members killed in action, he said in a statement yesterday. He pointed to the Pentagon's Defense Casualty Analysis System, which he said regularly updates with the latest information regarding the dead and wounded U.S. troops. The publicly available site offers aggregate figures, but does not include information on specific mass casualty attacks or the sort that have occurred in Jordan over the past few weeks. Cherry-picking raw numbers without context paints a deliberately misleading and incomplete picture, Mr. Parnell said. He later posted on social media, quote, that the vast majority of the nearly 100 casualties since July 7 involved mild concussions, and 96% of those service members have returned to duty. Do you remember, I read that portion of the quote, and this was back when the president was campaigning, back in October of 2024, when asked about head injuries.
Do you believe that you should have been tougher on Iran after they had launched ballistic missiles in 2020 on U.S. forces in Iraq, leaving more than 100 U.S. soldiers injured?
So, first of all, injured. What does injured mean? Injured means you mean because they had a headache, because
Nice. They were TBIs, traumatic brain injuries in many cases, but just a headache. It's fine.
because the bombs never hit the fort. So just so you understand, there was nobody ever tougher in Iraq. None of those very accurate missiles hit our fort. They all hit outside. And there was nobody hurt other than the sound. It was loud. And some people said that hurt, and I accept that.
Okay. That's good to know. I'm so glad he's looking out for us. So, MAGA, I know you're in here because you're in here chirping every single day. For those of you that are either veterans or even active duty, apparently, a loud explosion near your barracks that causes a TBI is really nothing to see here. And again, the not necessarily being honest. Listen, I just report on what we know, right? This is not the only source that has talked about how the Pentagon has not exactly been honest with casualty estimates. Now, we know why. I know why. Y'all know why, because you're the smartest chat in TikTok, primarily because they don't want to tell the truth because they can't. The illusion of how we're winning the war, right? First, it was going to be a few hours, then it was going to be a few days, then it was going to be a few weeks. Now we're at a few months, and it's just getting worse. So which means more loss of life, more injured members, service members, etc. The government uses vets to push their agenda, but do very little to do anything to help vets. Yeah, I'm not denying that. In the days since the collapse of a fragile truce, the Pentagon has provided little information about the American military strategy, probably because they don't have one, and nearly 5 months of, since the truce, the American military strategy after nearly 5 months of war. No information to the public, not that they would share everything, but there's been no particular plan because the narrative has changed every single time that they get dunked on. Initially, it was for nuclear enrichment, then it wasn't. Then it was for ballistic missiles, then it wasn't. Then it was that we decimated their military, and the president said we let the military alone. Then they don't have the capability to blow up ships. They're blowing up ships. Then they don't have the capability to attack bases in other countries, yet they're attacking bases in other countries. Okay. In the past several months, the Trump administration has failed to disclose how the Iran war has drained U.S. supplies of critical costly weapons and how Iran has retained and rebuilt substantial missile capabilities. The reason that is possible is because the Iranians have been planning for this for decades. They knew at some point this was coming. Of course they were. Of course they're prepared. I'm sure they were prepared for it. That's why their drones, they make them so cheaply and quickly because they have built their infrastructure, their defense military infrastructure to respond to things like this. It's not that they haven't taken damage. They have. Of course they have. Of course they have. But it's not like they're unprepared for this. Keep tapping, friends. Appreciate you all. The Pentagon's the subject of American casualties in the war is similarly sensitive. The deaths of 2 Army soldiers in Jordan on Friday and another service member in northern Iraq brings the total to 17 American military personnel killed since the U.S. and Israel launched the attack on the 28th of February. The Pentagon's casualty reporting protocols call for publicly identifying deceased service members only after 24 hours have passed and since the next of kin were notified. The names of troops wounded in action are not typically released. In a statement on Saturday, Central Command said 4 American service members were wounded in Friday's attack, were taken to Jordanian hospitals, and had been discharged. More American troops received minor injuries and had returned to duty, the statement said, but it did not specify how many. And the statement did not mention service members injured in the 3 previous attacks in Jordan last week. In a brief phone call, President Trump said the troops, quote, died in service of our country and reiterated the war's primary goal of never allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Assistant manager to the assistant manager, Pete Hegseth, said on social media on Saturday that the loss of 2 U.S. soldiers would stiffen American resolve. That was your hope, Pete. That was the entire hope. The wartime presidents tend to get a boost in approval, but it's gone the other way. According to the Pentagon's casualty reporting site, 427 U.S. service members have been injured in the Iranian conflict. The site counts 14 troops killed in hostile and non-hostile incidents. The online death figures have not been updated to include the deaths the Pentagon announced over the weekend. So at a minimum, there's 17. At a minimum, there's 427 service members that have been injured. We don't have the severity. I mean, that's not our business, but reporting protocols would call for more transparency. But apparently, this is the most transparent administration we've ever had. Okay. Mr. Parnell said the figures for wounded troops include everything from minor sprained ankles during routine training to incidents entirely unrelated to combat operations. Okay. In previous administrations, the Pentagon has usually delayed providing any details on injured service members until family members were notified and those notifications were completed. During the Biden administration, the Pentagon typically reported the number of service members injured in attacks by Iran-backed militias on U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq. More than 1,700 civilians have died in the war. Iranian civilians have died in the war, according to some estimates. So, again, nothing to see here. I think it's interesting that they perhaps have not had disclosures, because there's been people that have been reporting on active duty service members using social media saying, I don't know what the military is telling you, but it's gotten this barrack was destroyed, or this barracks were destroyed. And our president apparently, it's just a headache. What are y'all complaining about? Nothing to see here. Yeah, tennis guy. I mean, I think it's cause and effect, right? We certainly know most people don't understand the history, the pre-1979 Iranian Revolution history, going back to the 50s and CIA and British intelligence involvement and coups and the Shah and oppression of society and the secret police, and built up all this sentiment, built up all this hatred towards the West. And here we are again, right? Here we are again. We've got our president who's arguably committing war crimes by threatening to go after civilian infrastructure, and in some cases doing it. Morning, Tom. Good morning, everybody. I mean, it's one thing after another. It's just, but, of course, this is the most transparent presidency, and we're going to talk about following the money, too. But here's a little bit more reporting. This was a moment that he was captured on Air Force One, coming back from wherever he was coming back from with his buddy Pete. Pete has to step in and try to help him out. We're still talking about the situation in the early days of the school being bombed. And here's the president on that topic.
States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people.
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an idea?
Initially, the president called it Iran had done it, although there was evidence from our own intelligence agencies that it was in fact us, and then at one point he called it AI. So I just want to make sure I have the latest on this. So according to the most recent reporting from Reuters and from the AP, this has to do with the situation in Manab. U.S. military investigators have concluded internally that it is likely U.S. forces, not Iran, that were responsible for the 28 February strike on the elementary school in Manab in southern Iran. However, officials told Reuters the investigation has not been formally completed or publicly released. The Pentagon has not publicly accepted responsibility or released a detailed explanation of how the strike occurred, even though multiple news organizations report that the investigation believed the school was mistakenly targeted. Now, I think we can, I want to say this. Do I believe that they intentionally targeted that school? I do not. I believe from what the reporting has told us that they had outdated intelligence information. Well, I don't know if they could have intentionally targeted it. Sure, to end bloodlines, to end bloodlines. Yeah, you could make that argument, sure. But they relied on outdated intelligence information. Joe Kent talked about some of that stuff, about how there were systems in place, that there were systems in place that were not updated. So the information that they had was not accurate. And what you've seen here is an unwillingness of this administration to take any responsibility at all. Initial assessments were there was evidence that it was a Tomahawk, either from video evidence. Tomahawks are launched from ships, and the only ships in the area that had Tomahawk missiles on them, I think the only are the Brits. I think the only other ones that have it, there's a few other countries, but they weren't involved in the conflict. The only ships involved in the area that could have launched Tomahawks were ours. So logic would then tell you, that goes to the sunk cost fallacy, which we'll talk about a little bit this morning as well. Logic would tell you that it was absolutely us. There's just an unwillingness to take any responsibility. The Pentagon, again, has not publicly accepted responsibility. Several investigations, including from Reuters, the AP, and others, along with visual analysis by independent researchers, have reached similar conclusions. The school sat next to a Revolutionary Guard compound. The compound itself was a legitimate military target. Investigators believe that the military may have relied on outdated targeting data that did not reflect the building had been operating as an elementary school for years. And then satellite imagery archived websites, local listings, and photographs showed the school had a long, visible civilian presence well before the attack. Reuters' March investigation found the school had maintained an extensive online presence for years, including photos of students, murals, school activities, raising questions about the target verification process. That's the part that is troubling, right? If you had all this intelligence, so if Reuters, a news agency, and others had this information, why didn't the United States military? So that begs the question, say, okay, it's close enough to this base where we can take it out and a bloodline or two, and then we're good. Okay. The precise death toll remains disputed. Current reporting generally places the fatalities at more than 150 killed. Approximately 100 to 125 were children. Iranian authorities have issued somewhat higher figures than those independently verified, while organizations such as Air Wars and international journalists have confirmed that a very large number of civilians, including many children, were killed. International organizations have continued to call for accountability. UN experts describe the strike as deeply alarming and called for multiple independent investigations, noting that schools receive special protection under international humanitarian law. Amnesty International recently criticized the lack of transparency, saying that nearly 4 months after the strike, accountability remains delayed. The incident has become one of the most controversial civilian casualty events of the 2026 Iran conflict because it involved a school full of children. Evidence increasingly points toward an apparent U.S. targeting error. The administration has not publicly acknowledged responsibility or released the investigation, and Iran has used the attack extensively in international diplomacy and state media to accuse the United States of committing a war crime. And then you heard Pete Hegseth say the only country that intentionally targets civilians would be Iran. There's no evidence of that, and I think if that's the hill you want to die on, Pete, good luck to you. I don't think it's going to go so well. Good luck to you. Good morning, Danny. How are you today? Danny? I guess not. Okay. We have the same issue. It's weird. I guess I'm not the only one. A lot of creators are having the same issue. If you are unsure if you're in the guest box, if I could ask everybody to check now. So the little the pink and blue characters down here, if they're grayed out, that means that you're in the guest box. If they're not, then you're good. So if you want, there's a small fee for you to get in my box. That would be just be kind, be nice, maybe buy dinner. I'm just kidding. Okay, so obviously the United States is responsible for that strike on a school. Obviously. You're never going to get any accountability whatsoever, because then that would show incompetence. If you're relying on intelligence information that is outdated or old or whatever it might be, and there's even a question that this is near a school, then a responsible administration, responsible military leadership would never order said strike. So that is something that we need to be very, very careful of when we're talking about pointing fingers, because we should only point them at ourselves. You're right, Joe Bass. It's utter incompetence. Jose, how are you this morning?
I don't know, sir, but I didn't request to go up, so I think you're right. Every time you come in, it automatically puts you to come up.
I think so. Yeah, but that feature's turned off. It's really weird. But thanks for jumping in anyway. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's a strange thing. Yeah, just if you want to tap, just tap my forehead or tap up here. Just don't tap down there. Tap that, but don't tap that. Okay. All right. So obviously we'll continue to track this story. I don't expect any accountability for this administration, because it would be one big blame game. The president's never going to throw Pete under the bus until he has to. And of course, Pete will just do whatever he can to make sure the president looks good so he doesn't get thrown under the bus. So there's that. All right. I want to go back to the Cyclosporus situation, because I've been battling something. I don't think it's what it's described here, but just want to let you know that as of this morning, the FDA continues to identify shredded iceberg lettuce supplied by Taylor Farms operations in central Mexico as the leading suspected source. Despite retracting an earlier lab result that turned out to be a false positive, the agency says its conclusion is based primarily on epidemiologic traceback evidence rather than the single test itself. At least 1,645 cases have been confirmed with more than 140 hospitalizations. They've been linked to the primary multi-state outbreak across 5 states. Additional state investigations and suspected cases are still being evaluated, so those numbers are expected to rise. Several restaurant chains, including Taco Bell, and to a lesser extent, other chains that received the implicated lettuce have been affected by recalls and declining customer traffic while the investigation continues. I'm sure you could get, chalupas at a discount if you're interested. Cyclospora outbreaks are much harder to solve than salmonella or E. coli outbreaks because symptoms often don't begin until 2 to 14 days after exposure. The parasite cannot be grown in a lab, making genetic fingerprinting extremely difficult. Fresh produce is usually eaten or discarded before investigators begin tracing it, and people often cannot accurately remember which salad or lettuce they ate or 2 weeks earlier. So the argument is, don't eat salad. Kidding. Symptoms include watery diarrhea, sometimes explosive, frequent bowel movements, stomach cramps, bloating and gas, nausea, fatigue, loss of appetite, weight loss, occasionally low-grade fever, or vomiting. So nice. So nice. I mean, at this point, just send in the locusts. Just send them in. Just send in the locusts, poison the Nile. Just send them in. Generally speaking, those that are at the greatest risk and have this most severe complications would be adults over 65, young children who have compromised immune systems, and then individuals who become dehydrated because of prolonged diarrhea. Public health officials are not recommending that everyone stop eating lettuce. However, they do recommend avoiding recalled products. Yeah, in general, that's not a good idea. Like, generally speaking, you don't go to the recall shelf. Excuse me. Where is the recalled turkey? Can I find that anywhere? Anyone? In the back? Cool. That's good advice. Avoid recalled products. That's good to know. Washing fresh produce, although washing may not completely remove cyclospora because of the parasite's protective outer shell. Cool. So the parasite has a protective outer shell. That's good to know. And then cooking vegetables when practical, since heat kills the parasite. Question. Who doesn't wash their fruits and vegetables when they bring them home from the store? Are there really people that do that? I never even thought to think that. Are there people? Well, listen, we know that MAGA men practice trickle-down hygiene, so it wouldn't surprise me if they happen to live alone and they don't bother washing anything, including anything. Yeah. So if you if you have these kinds of symptoms, explosive diarrhea lasting more than 2 to 3 days, bloody stools. That was the name of my punk cover band in high school, the Bloody Stools. It was not. High fever, signs of dehydration, which would be dizziness, dry mouth, reduced urination, or severe abdominal pain. Cyclospora is typically treated with antibiotics when appropriate. So do your thing, okay? Just wash your vegetables, please. Please wash your vegetables and your fruit, and just in general, just wash, please. And so it is. How are you today? Hello? I guess not. Another false positive, as they say. Okay. Let me see. I want to get into a few other things here first. I'm going to play a couple of little sound bites today from there's a story
if you sit on the
about Marsha Blackburn, and I want to thank my mods for pointing me in that direction as we continue to march towards the SAVE Act, which is not going to pass because you're getting more and more senators that are stepping up and saying we're not interested. We're not interested in doing this because, first of all, it doesn't help my voters. What's her name? Lisa Murkowski in Alaska is like, listen, there could be 1,000 miles. Some of the residents of Alaska would have to travel to go to these facilities in person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Before we get into all that, I'm going to start to kind of paint the money trail for you guys, because the corruption is. I always concern myself with the both sides argument. People want to say, Biden family, whatever that might be. Sure, they did that as a precursor to be able to be able to justify their just mountains and mountains and mountains and mountains of fraud. So I'm just going to take you through a few of these things so we can sort of level set. This is just the Trump administration and the Trump family, and then we're going to get into the friends. Okay, so. It's not to say that this conduct is necessarily illegal. I mean, it should be. You've got the emoluments clause. You've got the president requirement to release their tax returns. You've got the, the not enriching themselves. We know that he's been using the power of the government and the power and the pressure of tariffs and a whole bunch of other shit. Thank you, Shifty. Thank you for the super chat. Shifty says, "Good morning, Steve. Doing great work as always. You're the MFing GOAT." Thank you, Shifty. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, if you are on YouTube, super chats are a great way to support the channel. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget about the gifting goal, and don't forget we are still crowdfunded here. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Facts Still Matter. So it's not normal because it's not normal. Meaning that these are the kinds of things that we avoid in our system. We've never really had an enforcement mechanism because you would not expect the first of all, the Department of Justice to be so fucking loyal and subservient to the president, but to act this way in our faces is just ridiculous. A few examples: the Trump crypto business, $2 billion in family revenue so far, using presidential policies that are benefiting family investments. World Liberty Financial, hundreds of millions of dollars. Foreign investors purchasing stakes tied to the president's family. And then it has to do with pardoning CZ, who is the guy behind Binance, who platformed World Liberty Financial, gave it credibility. The Trump meme coin, again, hundreds of millions of dollars. President personally promoting financial assets. The Trump Organization foreign deals, again, approaching hundreds of millions of dollars. Foreign governments and state-linked companies doing business with president's companies. I'm reminded of the situation in Vietnam. Vietnam was hit with a big tariff on Liberation Day of last year, right? And then all of a sudden, there's attention paid to Vietnam. I think Don Jr. and Eric might have gone there, and then Vietnam agrees to fast track permits and cut through regulation and red tape to build some Trump era properties in Hanoi. Okay, so and then all of a sudden the tariffs get reduced, but nothing to see here. Mar-a-Lago and Trump properties increased revenue significantly. Political events and donors spending at Trump's businesses, a requirement. Secret Service has to stay in hotel property, in Trump properties. And then Trump media, they've made billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. All right. The crypto empire, according to Trump's 2025 financial disclosures, made over $800 million from World Liberty Financial. Approximately $635 million came from sales related to Trump's meme coin. And then Reuters estimated the family has earned $2.4 billion from crypto ventures since returning to office. A year and a half. Okay. Critics say, this is reported by the Financial Times. Critics argue that Trump has promoted crypto-friendly policies while his family owns major crypto businesses. That's true. I mean, there's no denying that. Fast-tracking various things. Foreign investors can purchase Trump-linked crypto assets without the transparency normally associated with political donations. And the White House responds that Trump follows all applicable ethics laws. Really? His policy decisions are made in the public interest, not to benefit his businesses. But they do benefit his businesses, and he's not divested. That's the bigger issue. World Liberty Financial, a cryptocurrency company founded with Trump's sons since the inauguration. The company has sold hundreds of millions of dollars in digital tokens. Investors linked to the UAE acquired a major ownership stake. Remember all that? They were given access to some sensitive information regarding AI, etc. Trump reported receiving hundreds of millions of dollars in income from the venture alone. Ethics experts note that this is unusual because foreign-connected investors can buy into a business owned by the sitting president's family. Yeah, nothing to see here. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. Trump meme coin. Just before taking office, Trump launched the Trump currency. The token generated enormous trading volume and substantial revenue through token sales and transaction fees, Reuters reports that Trump disclosed roughly $635 million in income from the project during 2025. This effectively allows supporters or potentially foreign actors to financially benefit the president by purchasing a token tied to his personal brand. Most people who invested large dollars lost a ton of fucking money, but he made money on the transaction fees and the token sales. But again, nothing to see here. Overseas Trump Organization expansion. The president did not divest. That's the biggest thing. Jimmy Carter divested from his peanut farm. I mean, this is, like I said, there's no enforcement mechanism. Like any system, right? It requires people that have character and, and morals and values. That does not describe a twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist, pedophile. The current president, the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, because he did not divest. That's why people are like, bro, you're making money hand over fist, and he brags about it, all and integrity as well. And so any system requires those things. To operate within the law. Like, listen, we have laws. You can go out and break it, right? The expectation is that you don't commit cybercrime. The expectation is that you don't commit fraud or money laundering or corruption. That's the expectation. Like any system, it requires people who are honest, ethical, have integrity, etc. All right. Since January 2025, the Trump Organization has announced or expanded projects in countries including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Vietnam. Some projects involve state-owned or government-connected entities. Ethics experts argue that the increases the risk that foreign governments could seek influence through business dealings. The Trump Organization says it complies with all ethics and that the president is not involved in day-to-day options. Friends, where did the new Air Force One come from? You guys know. You're the smartest chat on TikTok. You know exactly where it came from. It came from Qatar. Okay? $400 million jet that was gifted. And then all of a sudden, coincidentally, they get access, they get inside information, they get preferential treatment, they get discounts on military equipment, etc. But again, nothing to see here. Also, increased businesses at Trump properties. Mar-a-Lago and other properties have continued to host political fundraisers, Republican donor events, lobbying gatherings, foreign visitors. Because Trump still benefits financially from the broader Trump Organization, critics argue that spending at these properties can directly enrich the president. This concern also existed during Trump's first term. Basically forcing bribe force one, right, Chris? 14 in a row, baby. Anyway, if you know, you know. This has always been a concern, like demanding that the Secret Service stay at his properties, right? That the press corps, everybody else, that they stay there because he didn't divest. He's benefiting. Now, this is the part that frustrates me is when you talk to Trump supporters, they're like, well, he's a businessman. We know that. He was a failed businessman. You don't have casinos that lose money, multiple casinos that go bankrupt. Who's ever been to Vegas? Anybody ever been to Vegas? Sure, you probably have, right? I've been to Vegas a few times. I like to play cards. I'm glad I don't live closer there, but the house always wins, okay? You don't have these 5-star hotels with some of the world's best restaurants and some of the world's greatest entertainment. You don't have those things if the house loses. So, yeah, the house always wins. That's why I play cards, because I can at least control that a little bit. I'm not big on slot machines. I'm not big on any of that kind of stuff. Just give me cards. I'm focused. I'm good at reading people. So it's kind of, like I said, I'm glad I don't live closer to a casino, because that would not be good. So once again, the claim is that you think he's a good businessman. Okay. Why does he constantly get bailed out? Why does he have like 7 bankruptcies? Why did American banks not want to loan him any money, so he had to go to foreign banks? But how much money do you wish to take out today, Donald? Another $1 billion? That is fine. Remember, we have leverage. We have ways of making it talk. Good day. Grab a lollipop. Anywho, Trump retained a large ownership stake in Trump Media and Technology Group, whose stock price has fluctuated dramatically during his presidency. Because Trump remains a major shareholder, movements in the company's valuation can significantly affect his personal net worth. Ethics experts again argue that a sitting president holding such a large interest in a publicly traded company presents serious conflict of interest questions. The president, though, and the vice president in our system are not subjected to conflict of interest laws. Who the fuck came up with that bright idea? Again, you don't expect someone to be this dishonest and this corrupt. Jared Kushner's investment fund. Although this predates Trump's second inauguration, it has remained a focus of ethics scrutiny. His private equity firm received a $2 billion investment from the Saudis, from their sovereign wealth fund, after leaving government. Critics argue that the investment, combined with Kushner's continuing relationship in the Middle East, creates the appearance of foreign influence. Kushner has said the investment followed standard commercial review. So there's always a caveat. Well, it's standard commercial review. There's nothing illegal. Okay. And yet, here we see Jared Kushner everywhere, all over the Middle East, all over. He was part of the initial conversations for the redevelopment zone of Gaza. Who stands to make billions of dollars from that? The people that have invested in his development fund. The whole story with the Albanian island, right? All kinds of corruption connected to that. Apparently, someone involved in the real estate transaction is in the Epstein files. That's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down, which I will go down that rabbit hole. Remember the statement from Ivanka? Oh, we were just on a boat and we just bumped into this island. It was just there. And we thought, how beautiful. Okay. Got it. Yep. Got it. Eric and Don Jr. Trump's sons have substantially expanded the family's business interests while serving as executives of the Trump Organization. Some examples include new international real estate developments, cryptocurrency ventures, and investments in companies that may interact with the federal government. The White House maintains that because they are private citizens managing the trust, these activities are lawful. Ethics experts argue that the close connection to the sitting president makes these arrangements unusually susceptible to perceived conflicts. There's this one story, if I can see if I can find it here. Hang on. Well, there's the drone company that they purchased stake in, 20% ownership of, they being the Trump boys, 20% ownership of. The Department of Defense had a contract with another country, I think it was China, to purchase drones. They canceled that contract, and then all of a sudden they bought from this company owned by the Trump boys. Shocker. There's also this taser device company called Axon. All right. Federal financial disclosures show that President Trump purchased between $1 and $5 million worth of the Axon Enterprises stock on the 10th of February of this year. Axon is the dominant manufacturer of taser-conducted energy weapons, and police body cameras. 2 weeks later, on the 24th of February, ICE issued a procurement notice seeking a 5-year contract worth up to $220 million with Axon. But again, nothing to see here. Totally fucking normal. It's completely fine. It's just a coincidence. I'm sure. Just a coincidence. Nothing to see. It's completely fine. Old social worker. Are you there? How old are we talking? Okay. And then I think I have one more. Nexus, are you there? Nexus? Okay. So frustrating. Good morning, Eric Ashante. How are you? So, listen. I'm going to go through the list because we have to make sure that we touch on these things, but it's really important. I know I say this a lot. I don't mean to sound like a broken record. This shit is not fucking normal, and we cannot normalize it. There is nothing that compares. People want to point to Biden. There's no evidence of any of this level of corruption. There's none of it. Do you want to get rid of nepotism? Sure. Did Hunter Biden use his dad's name to get access to things? Absolutely he did. No denying it. There's no denying that. Of course. But what we're talking about here is that they're just playing in our faces. I mean, we can point to so many things. We can now there's this story. I want to read this one to you. This one is fucking crazy. I'm going to go back to today's topic, but I wanted to mention this because I don't know if you know this story, but where they're trying to use True Social. Trump Media and Technology Group, again, of which the president is still the principal owner, has the majority stake in it, which means any revenues and or assets connected to the growth, the rise or fall of Trump Social is directly goes to his pocket. The parent company of True Social has been pitching a premium data service that would provide milliseconds earlier access to selected True Social posts, including posts from the president himself. It's a subscription fee. You $100,000 a month, or you get a discount of $60,000 per month for customers willing to sign a 3-year contract. The service known as Truth API is scheduled to launch August 1st. What you get? Fast access to posts from the platform's top 10 accounts, including from the president, his account, and archive posts dating back to 2022. Now, think about this. If you had access early to tariff change announcements that the president uses True Social for, or sanctions, or military actions, or regulatory decisions, or economic policy, and you get that information 10 seconds before everybody else, obviously these sophisticated investment firms and stock watchers, et cetera, are going to have all kinds of alerts connected to any announcement. They're going to get that information 10 seconds before. They're going to buy or sell based on that. So talk about blatant fucking market manipulation. On True Social, before or alongside official government announcements, these posts have repeatedly moved stock prices, treasury yields, oil markets, currency, cryptocurrency markets. Remember the list of companies that I just went through for you to let you know that these are the companies the president's still invested in. Crypto markets, the stock prices at some of his own properties. The proposal has drawn, for high frequency traders, a few milliseconds of advance notice can provide a measurable trading advantage, which could amount to billions of dollars. The proposal has drawn criticism because Trump remains the largest shareholder of Trump Media through the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust. Critics argue the president would indirectly benefit financially from selling privileged access to communications that may influence financial markets. Senators Wyden and Warren have criticized the plan as creating potential conflicts of interest. We don't even know if it's legal. It's never been tested. Ethics experts have raised significant concerns. Legal scholars noted that federal conflict of interest laws generally do not apply to the president in the same way they apply to executive branch employees, making the issue more one of an ethics and governance clearly than its settled law. So, like, what? Free the clot. Yeah. What I'm trying to figure out in this whole thing is why do ethics laws and conflict of interest laws not apply to the president and vice president? Who the fuck came up with that idea? Like, what? I agree, Kipper. Totally agree. Hi, Dak. How are you? And they're gone. All right, I'm gonna go back to the list because that's our show topic today. Follow the money. Well, listen. You guys know how I feel about it. Everything we can find, every controversial question, every really weird sort of unexplained decision made, either from policy or from rhetoric, always ties back to the prisons to money. We know the pay for profit prison system. We know about ICE detention centers. We know about taser weapons programs. We know about drone programs. All of it. And again, one of the main MAGA contradictions was let's go after the deep state. Well, there's no deeper fucking state than what we're watching right in front of us every single day. Follow the damn money. All right, let me go back to this list. Everybody keep tapping, please. I got Eric and Don. Okay. Several close allies as well. Elon. Critics question whether his advisory role and policy influence coincide with the benefits for companies such as SpaceX and Starlink. No court has found anything unlawful. And I'm not saying necessarily that anything here is unlawful, but it clearly is unethical. I mean, there's no doubt about that. First of all, maybe it should be unlawful, right? Because there was this great moment with the president. He said this famous quote. Hang on one second. I'm going to find it. Yeah, this is great. This is what he's just telling on us. This was from just a couple weeks back.
Trying to hide something.
Hold on a second. I don't want to listen to you right now, JD, because I'm gonna dunk on your couch fucking ass in a little while too. How come I don't refer to JD Vance as bitch boy? I don't know. I guess he's gonna have to earn his stripes. Here we go.
Every time my kids do, if they invest in a stock or if they go and do a bill, anything they do, because the presidency is so powerful, so big, everything, if they buy a cupcake company, well, the energy to make the cupcakes is, sort of like, how's my energy policy? So therefore you have a conflict. Almost anything they do, if they want to buy a truck, if they want to buy, if they buy an energy efficient truck, they have inside information.
Oh, they have what?
Inside information.
What was that?
They have inside information. So it's pretty tough in that sense. I tell my kids.
It's good to know. I'm just going to tell you right outside. I'm just going to be honest with you. Listen, yeah, my kids get inside information before we buy these trucks. Oh, do you need me to make a policy decision so you guys can get that at a discount? No problem. Oh, by the way, we have a contract to buy drones from China. You know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do. You guys go invest in this fledgling drone company, okay? We'll cancel the contract with the Chinese government to buy drones. We'll then buy them from you guys. You guys can make a shit ton of money because all the countries in the Gulf who we're going to attack Iran, so we can also make even more money. All those countries in the Gulf are going to want to buy drones from you, and you're going to make a boatload of fucking money. Oh, and by the way, also, do you guys hear? Chuckle and Fuckle, Don Jr. and Eric, I just bought 20% in Axon. Axon makes tasers, and we're going to give them a massive contract so that we can arm ICE with tasers. Cool, right? Can you imagine having that fucking conversation? You're sitting down with somebody, say for example, you go before an ethics review panel, and they're going through your financial disclosures, and it says $2.3 billion personal wealth and $4 billion of the Trump family, and then you show the receipts. And then they're looking at policy decisions. So you imposed tariffs on Vietnam, sir. Yes, I did. Okay, and then you relaxed the tariffs after you sent your envoys to Vietnam to negotiate access to real estate development. Yes, I did. And then the tariffs were taken away. Yes, they were. Okay. Can you explain that your son's purchasing the drone company? Yeah, we totally allowed them to make some more money. And then there's an audio of you saying that we get them inside information. Oh yeah, totally. What? One more time.
If they buy an energy efficient truck, they have inside information. So it's pretty tough in that sense. I tell my kids, stay away from as much as you can stay away from, but they also have a life. They
have a life. That's cool. I'm glad that they have a life, but again, nothing to see here. Totally fine, completely above board, no ethics violations. We're fine, nothing to see. Pretty Petty, how are you today? Pretty Petty. Okay, same deal. Friends, do me a solid. Check your guest box access. If you're gonna like the live, which I really appreciate that. Let's see if we can get to 150 likes. And don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. $3 gets you an entry into our contest. So a $3 donation gets you one entry. $6 gets you two. And then we'll spin the wheel on Monday morning, and the winner will get themselves. Good morning, Kristen. Then the winner will. Nice to see you. Then the winner will get them pick an item from the merch store. And if you'd like, you can do a co-hosting opportunity. I've not heard from last week's winner yet regarding that option, because if you'd like to co-host with yours truly, you can either do that on an entire episode of That's a Wrap. And again, sorry we missed last night's show. Or you can do a segment on this show, your choice. Okay, I think I've got one more person in the guest box. Yes. I am. Thank you, Diana. Appreciate you. Catharos? Guess not. Our winner from yesterday was Lynette. I messaged Lynette on, if you're in here today, Lynette, I messaged you yesterday through your TikTok account regarding what you need to do to just kind of get your item. But anyway, more of the same this week. So if you want to jump on board, please feel free. So I played that sound for the president. I'm going to go back and cover more of the blatant corruption as we follow the money. But this was Caroline Leavitt when asked the question about the Trump family enriching themselves, and listen to what she had to say.
Caroline, welcome back. Thanks. Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I know, 6 days, right? So are you kidding me? They would never do anything to put the president in a position of conflict of interest. Now, that's plausible deniability because the president and the vice president are not held to the same conflict of interest standards. Keep in mind, friends, Caroline Leavitt was born in New Hampshire. If you know, you know.
And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
Go ahead. Carrie, I'll go to you after. Just thank you.
That's my understanding. The White House says Trump had no knowledge of his son's involvement in a Kazakhstan mining deal and only found out when it hit the media. 6 days before the deal was officially signed, Eric and partners took a 20% stake in a company connected to the agreement. The deal itself was one Trump and Howard Lutnick had been negotiating with Kazakhstan's president since September. See, listen, Maggie, can we have a little fireside chat? Listen, here's the deal. We know that these guys have been enriching themselves and getting richer. Enriching means that they've been getting richer. I know it's a big word, that they've been getting richer and richer. And they're telling you out loud that they get inside information, right? And 6 days before this mining company deal was announced, Eric and Don and his partners bought 20% stake in the company that got the contract. Do you understand that the deep state that you complain about are these guys? Do you understand that the waste, the fraud, and the abuse are these guys? Do you understand that you really shouldn't be afraid of communism because it doesn't exist on our shores, for one, and democratic socialism just wants to make your lives better? But that's fine. You guys do you. Cool. All right, back to the list. There's a few more people involved. Let's talk about Trevor Milton. This story is amazing to me. Nikola founder Trevor Milton was convicted of defrauding investors and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Trump pardoned him in March of 2025. He and his wife had donated more than $1.8 million to a Trump reelection fund shortly before the 2024 election. The pardon potentially eliminated hundreds of millions of dollars in restitution sought for defrauded Nikola investors. Milton had not yet begun serving his prison sentence that he was appealing. So he donates to Trump's campaign. He gets out of having to pay restitution, which was like hundreds of millions of dollars to the investors. That tracks. Okay. Crypto companies and executives' enforcement cases have been dropped or suspended. The crypto industry spent heavily supporting Trump and Republican candidates after Trump promised to reverse the Biden administration's aggressive crypto enforcement strategy. After the inauguration, the Trump SEC dismissed its civil lawsuit against Coinbase, dismissed its case against Binance and founder CZ with prejudice, meaning the same case cannot be revived again, paused or withdrew other enforcement proceedings, and then began developing a substantially more industry-friendly regulatory framework. The Binance dismissal was especially significant because the SEC had accused the exchange of misleading investors, artificially inflating trading volume, and improperly handling customer assets. Binance separately pled guilty in its criminal case and paid $4.3 billion in penalty, before Trump returned to office. These policy changes benefited the crypto industry broadly, including companies and executives that supported Trump. They also indirectly benefited Trump's own family crypto ventures, making the conflict more substantial than an ordinary change in regulatory philosophy. But nothing to see here. This is totally fine. This is completely fucking normal. Completely normal. I'm going to pin this froggy. If we can take out that froggy, we need, 31 more frogs, friends. And then if you guys could check out the gallery as well, I'd appreciate that. And don't forget, $3 gets you entered into our contest, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. $3 gets you 1 entry, $2 gets you 6, and so on. Donald Trump Jr., all right? So I'm just trying to lay out this whole thing. And the reason I think it's necessary is I want people to understand, like I say a lot, this is not fucking normal. 14 million families living in food insecurity, people going medically bankrupt, housing shortages, rents are spiking, inflation is outpacing wages. Speaking of that, I'm going to take a brief pause real quick. Do you guys know when I talk to you guys about inflation rates, when I've had these conversations with people, I've used the analogy of a steep hill, right? I've used this analogy. Like we have these steep grade ahead signs all over Vermont, right? And it could say steep grade ahead 9%, which means the grade, the incline rate is at 9%. Okay, as you're going up and up and up. Now, which is the inflation rate? This is the analogy. As you get closer to the top, you'll see a sign that says grade 6%, which means it's just less steep. It's still going up, but it's just less steep. So when I ask people on MAGA panels, like this, if the inflation rate goes from 4% to 3.5%, what happens to prices? And the overwhelming majority of the time, they say prices are going down. I know degrees, not percentage. I understand that, but I'm talking about it in terms of, I'm making an analogy, CMD. Okay. I'm making an analogy. People get it because this is the smartest chat on TikTok. You hear that all the time. So Caroline Leavitt took the opportunity to go to the dais in the press room and say this. Hold on.
Predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policy.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office.
Okay, but inflation is outpacing those wages. But nice try, Caroline.
After falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company.
Oh, my God.
Tuesday's CPI report confirmed.
So there it is. So there's the message. The inflation rate dropped, therefore prices are falling. Prices are not falling. Okay, you're going to find certain segments. Sure, gas prices came down a little bit, but guess what? They're back up again. Walmart gets subsidies from the government on your taxpayer dollars, friends. And then their employees go through training through the onboarding program as to how to take advantage of federally subsidized programs, EBT, for example. And then they spend that money in the stores because the prices at Walmart are generally cheaper across the board, as we know. Okay? So for Caroline Leavitt to stand there, and people will believe it. People will say, oh, hey, see that? See that? Price. You see Caroline? You know, Caroline's from New Hampshire. I love it up there. You love New Hampshire? Yeah, I do. Anyway, inflation rate dropped 0.4%, which means their prices are down by 0.4%. That's not what that means. Well, what about Biden? Okay. So That's what's kind of the messaging wing. That's the propaganda, right? That is the propaganda engine that I'm going to stand there and tell people that prices are dropping. No, they're not. There's a number that you're going to hear a lot from people trying to defend this that are Trump supporters. They're going to say, well, Biden's inflation was 21.5%. That's the cumulative. From when he took office to when he ended office, that's a cumulative increase in prices for things, 21.5%. That's not the rate. Okay, the rate would be what it is. The CPI rate that came out, it did drop 0.4% or 0.5%. It's a big drop. It's the biggest in a long time. But that does not mean prices are going down. You don't want prices to go down because that would be deflation, and that's almost worse. Okay, and we now know that inflation is outpacing wages for the first time in a long time. But nothing to see here, according to Caroline. All right, that's fine. All right, let's go back to our shopping list of the corruption in this family. Donald Trump Jr., extraordinary growth and government-backed financing for his investment firm. Donald Trump Jr. became a partner in 1789 Capital, a conservative venture capital firm shortly after the 2024 election. Reuters found that the firm's asset grew from approximately $150 million to more than $1 billion following Trump's election. It secured investment opportunities involving SpaceX, wow, XAI, Neuralink, Perplexity AI, Joule, and defense manufacturers. What do you know? Investors were attracted partly by the firm's proximity to political power and to the Trump family. Reuters found no evidence that the firm broke the law or received preferential treatment. Nevertheless, access to the president's family can itself be commercially valuable. Investors and companies may believe that association offers influence, information, or favorable access. A particularly concrete example involves Vulcan Elements. It's a rare earth magnet manufacturer in which 1789 Capital invested. The Pentagon offered Vulcan a $620 million government loan as part of a critical minerals initiative. The administration said the financing was based on national security needs. Democratic lawmakers questioned whether Trump Jr.'s connections influenced the decision, but Reuters could not establish that he played any role in securing the loan. Sure, totally fine. Nothing to see here. Eric and Don Jr.'s investment aligned with Pentagon priorities. The Trump boys, dipshit and fuckhead, built significant investments in drone and defense-related companies while the administration has made drones procurement a major policy priority. Examples include Donald Trump Jr. becoming an advisor to drone company Unusual Machines, Eric and Don owning stakes in Dominari Holdings, which has financed defense and drone ventures, Trump-linked Arias Greenway, arranging a merger with heavy-lift drone manufacturer Powerus, and then the Trump family-linked investments benefiting from rising Pentagon spending and military demand for autonomous systems. There's not necessarily evidence that any specific procurement decision was dictated by the White House. The concern, though, is that the president's children can invest in sectors whose value is directly affected by administration policy, military priorities, and federal contracting decisions. Like the president just told us, they get inside information. Okay, so listen, Don Jr., Eric, sit down. We're going to do this. I'm going to explain this for you. I'll use the big markers like you guys, when I never talked to you when you were children because I didn't want to be bothered, I used to use markers. So I'm going to use a marker again. We're going to buy drones. You guys go and buy stock in this particular company. We won't tell anybody yet. We'll let it pass for like 6 days, and then we'll announce it, and you guys will make a shit ton of fucking money. But Dad, ain't that illegal? Yeah, it is, but nobody gives a shit because our voters are too stupid to know better. Okay, cool. Nothing to see here. It's totally fine. Christo, good morning. How are you today? Christo. Okay. I'm starting to get a complex. Like nobody wants to talk to me. That's fine. By the way, I'm going to throw this idea out to you guys. As you know, we do the That's a Wrap every night from 9 until 10. Considering adding debate night after that. I'm willing to talk to anybody up here, but we don't really necessarily do a show. This show is more about informing you and the news and the way in which we report on it, which is why we don't generally get into a lot of debates here. But I'm contemplating doing that a few nights a week at like 10 o'clock Eastern time until midnight Eastern time, because I don't sleep anyway. Would you guys be down for that? Yes? Everybody down for that? Okay. All right. Maybe we'll debut that Thursday of this week. I will let you know. I will jack up on caffeine since I just read that up to 5 cups of coffee a day is actually good for you. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Sweet. Just 5. I know, right, Dan? No, it says 5. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Oh, and I should tell you this. We had an interesting conversation yesterday with a documentary filmmaker who wants to tell the Do Something story with us. So we're working on that. More details to come, but crazy. Totally crazy. So we'll keep you guys posted on that. It was really, really cool. More details to come. Can't really let a ton of shit out of the bag just yet, but it was really, really a cool conversation. All right. How about Elon? Musk spent approximately $250 to $300 million supporting Trump and Republican candidates in the election in 2024, as we know. At the same time, Musk companies remained major federal contractors and beneficiaries of federal policy. SpaceX continued receiving billions of dollars in Pentagon, intelligence, and NASA contracts. Starlink remained important to military and government communications. Musk allies and former employees entered agencies that regulate, investigate, or purchase services from Musk's business, and then regulatory agencies affecting Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, and X underwent leadership and staffing changes. This is a conflict of interest concern rather than proof that any particular contract was improper. The public rupture between Trump and Musk in June of last year illustrated the stakes. Trump openly threatened Musk's federal contracts and subsidies, effectively acknowledging how dependent Musk's companies were on government decisions. That one I think is really interesting. It's more than just his obvious enrichment, but keep in mind, 2 agencies in particular that Elon went after hard when he took over Doge. One was USAID. We know that. USAID was investigating SpaceX, Starlink, for some of the monies that were promised in support of the Ukrainians in Ukraine in their fight in their war against Russia. And all of a sudden, there's an investigation that gets squelched because they remove funding for USAID. And then there's the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau. Exactly. They were investigating as well. Friends, the consumer fraud, this is what bothers me. This is one of these things. This is a propaganda moment for MAGA. So pay attention, guys. MAGA, I know you're in here. Pay attention to this. You guys were celebrating that Elon went after the CFPB. I don't think you know what the CFPB does. They are a bureau that protects consumers from fraud. They are a net positive to our government because they return money to consumers who get ripped off either by predatory lending, junk fees, etc. And CFPB was investigating some of Elon Musk's companies, and all of a sudden that investigation just ends because CFPB loses money, loses funding. They pull back like billions of dollars. You really, Michelle? You worked there? Was I accurate about that? About that statement that I just made about how there was an investigation into some of Musk's companies, and then all of a sudden, right? Like, I mean, what are we doing? That's an agency that peels money back for people, like billions of dollars. They've been on our side for a very, very long time. Sometimes class action suits against banks. So the CFPB's involved. They're going after predatory lending. Do you understand that without the CFPB and without sort of congressional policy and legislation, that credit card companies can crank up your fucking interest? They can do all kinds of fees. In fact, I was just talking to my daughter about getting a credit card for when she's out in California, just in case something happens. And we were exploring all these kinds of things and the conversation about introductory offers and APR and what the interest rates mean, all those kinds of things. And she's like, wait a second. So if I get a credit card, this is great. This is a great opportunity. It's like if I get a credit card and I buy something from a store that I like and I spend $100, I'm paying more than the $100 back. Yes, that's interest, unless you get a deal where you pay it back the first year and everything is interest free. And I'm trying to explain to her, what an interest rate is, and she's like, "Dad, can't I just use your credit card?" I'm like, "No, you can't. That's already happened enough." Anyway, The CFPB was investigating him, and then people were celebrating over the CFPB being dismantled. I wonder why. I wonder why Elon Musk wanted to go after that particular organization. Good morning, Jeff. How are you today? Jeff? Once again, keeping me on my toes. My box is busy today. All right. So that's one. Here's another one. This one. This is the one that's going to bother you significantly. The Geo Group and Core Civic have been major beneficiaries of Trump's immigration detention expansion. The companies provide detention center beds, transportation, electronic monitoring, facility management, and then related services for ICE and other federal agencies. Geo became one of the biggest corporate beneficiaries of expanded ICE detention centers as the administration increased arrests and sought substantially more detention capacity. This was a predictable financial consequence of Trump's mass deportation policy. The donor connection varies by company and executive, so that it's not a direct connection to the Milton pardon, but the defensible claim is that businesses politically and financially aligned with aggressive immigration enforcement obtained increased federal demand and revenue, not necessarily that contracts were awarded illegally. So, East Montana and El Paso, Dilley, Delaney Hall, there are groups behind these institutions that are enriching themselves, including the President of the United States. Indirectly. Trump has used clemency to benefit political allies, donors, and prominent supporters convicted of financial crimes. The benefits can include release from imprisonment, termination of supervised release, restoration of civil rights, elimination or weakening of restitution and forfeiture obligations. The $1.776 billion weaponization fund is another example. Trump-aligned technology and defense investors, companies associated with Republican mega donors such as Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, and Palmer Luckey gained greater access to federal decision-making and contracting. Reported developments included appointment of executives and associates to agencies influencing technology and defense procurement, expansion of contracts for firms such as Anduril and Palantir, policies encouraging private AI, surveillance, defense, and data analysis systems, weakening or restructuring of agencies that regulated parts of the technology industry. The list goes on and on and on. The highlights, to summarize. Trevor Milton, $1.8 million donor, received a pardon and then had his restitution just erased. Vulcan Elements, company backed by Donald Trump Jr. Investment received a conditional $620 million Pentagon contract. Crypto defendants, proposed $1.76 billion fund, and then private detention contractors. I mean, what else do you need to know? Follow the fucking money every chance you get. Follow it because you know where it will lead. Blue Dot, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Did you hear about DHS expanding their fleet of aircraft for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement?
I did not.
The administration purchases include an initial $140 million contract for 6 Boeing 737 jets, followed by an additional $464.5 million allocated to buy 10 more aircraft, including 8 Boeing 737s and 2 high-end Gulfstream G650 jets.
Well,
because they want a round-the-clock deportation airline.
Of course they do. So the last time the DHS was purchasing aircraft, we became to affectionately name them the Jizz Jet. You'll recall, because of Kristi Noem's escapades. Correct.
Like, that's all I wanted to let you know about.
I appreciate you, friend, very much. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Sassy Cinderella. Hold on a second. Just want to make sure I get that right. Sassy Cinderella, I see you're in the chat. I reached out to you yesterday via direct message. You are our winner in our contest yesterday. Hopefully you saw that. If you can go back and check your direct messages, and then you see some of the instructions. You got it. Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations to you for winning. That was fantastic. I love that. All right, cool. Okay, let me see if I've got everything here covered. Oh yeah, there's the story right there. This is from the last story that we see about buying 737s. This goes back a little bit, unless there's something new on that story. But thank you for that, you guys. I appreciate you. Okay. All right, I'm good. Nice. Love that. The DJ wave, as they say. Sweet. Ty Blackwell, are you there? I guess not. Okay. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. Appreciate you all very, very much. I want to get into a couple of other little stories about something that happened yesterday in Federal Plaza in New York. A federal authorities arrested 43-year-old Andrew Arabaka, a former U.S. Army veteran, after he allegedly launched fireworks, poured flammable liquid, and ignited a fire outside of 26 Federal Plaza in Lower Manhattan. The Lower Manhattan building houses multiple federal agencies, including an immigration court, an FBI field office, and immigration and customs enforcement operations. Arabaka came heavily armed with various non-firearm weapons, including an airsoft rifle, axes, a machete, knives, a hammer, and commercial-grade fireworks. FBI officials reported that he fired 5 to 7 pellets from an airsoft gun toward the entrance. Law enforcement described Arabaka as an anti-ICE activist, noting he carried anti-ICE materials and a cart displaying the slogan, "ICE off of our streets." DHS Homeland Security officials also noted he had a written manifesto in his bag. 3 minor injuries. Okay, we lost a little bit of visibility, so I need you guys to tap like crazy, please. 3 minor injuries were reported during the incident, including a bystander grazed by fireworks and a security officer who sustained minor injuries while tackling the suspect to the ground before he was taken into custody. So there's that. Okay. There's a story that I wanted to cover. Well, this relates to a couple of different things, and it kind of always goes back to the Christian nationalism, and now you've got Christian nationalists in power, and they're being enriched, and banks are churches are being built, and the media is now sort of talking about Christian nationalism like it's really no big deal. There's a gentleman by the name of Joel Webbin. Joel Webbin is probably one of the most prominent, most disgusting Christian nationalists. He does a weekly show, and I'm going to play this for you. And then I have to play a bit of sound from a Jubilee episode that I think we should need to talk about. But this is Joel Webbin talking about democracy is a bad thing, basically.
Aside from like the full removal of feminism, I just think so long as we have democracy coupled with universal suffrage, you will constantly be going against the grain. You're constantly going to have half of the population voting for temperance, tolerance.
Yes, you can't.
Suicidal empathy. And my point, I guess, is that I don't think you're going to get people to vote away democracy or vote away.
But it does happen.
It can, but my point is that I'm agreeing with you. I think that it has to be taken. I think that men, virtuous, ambitious, masculine men, have to climb the ladder of power and forcefully take away from the people that which is their detriment.
Christian nationalist pastor Joel Webbin has decided democracy is a problem to be solved by taking it away from you. On a recent podcast, Webbin argued that people will willingly vote away their own democracy or surrender the right to vote, so the job falls to what he calls virtuous, ambitious, masculine men who must, quote, climb the ladder of power and forcefully take away from the people that which is their detriment. Translation, your vote is bad for you, and men like him should seize it by force for your own good. He said this, notably, in a conversation about stripping women of the right to vote, specifically the reasoning being that women are too emotional to be trusted with one. How chivalrous. This isn't a fringe member either. Webbin predicts that his Christian nationalist movement takes over by 2032. Not if, but simply when, and has said that the future he wants runs on less freedom. He's telling you the plan out loud. Believe him. Okay? So then there's an episode that was on Jubilee, the Surrounded series, and I don't know the gentleman's name who is in the hot seat, but he's surrounded by people, primarily young men, not too young, like the 18 to 32 group that are the target of red pilling. This is a wild conversation that we need to hear. I can't believe that there are people who who believe this way. But queens, pay attention. They're coming for you.
The dictators of their family. Men have always led. Andrew Tate, Coach Greg Adams, Alpharonomy. There's many men in the manosphere that are spreading a 100% positive message. Women love jerks. That's 100%. You know that.
Women love jerks, apparently, according to this guy. Okay.
I disagree.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of round this all together. Men have suffered for years. When you think about the gladiator, when you think about Thomas Edison, and the extremity that you need to focus in on something as a man to create these amazing things that we have in the world. Men have always been extreme. Men have always had a nuclear focus. We have the manosphere taking men away from pornography.
Taking what? I'm sorry. I'm going to start this again. There's just so much to unpack here.
Their family. Men have always led. Andrew Tate, Coach Greg Adams, Alpharonomy. There's many men in the manosphere that are spreading a 100% positive message.
So men in the manosphere, according to this guy, are spreading a 100% positive message. We hear people like Joel Webbin or Doug Wilson or others, or the Tate brothers, or others that are in, or Sneeko, or those people that were featured inside the manosphere, that documentary we played, who are intentionally harming women. Like, they're abusing women, they're assaulting women, they're trafficking women and girls and children. And that's a 100% positive message?
Women love jerks.
Women love jerks.
That's 100%. You know that.
I disagree.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of round this all together. Men have suffered for years. When you think about the gladiator, when you think about Thomas Edison.
Men have suffered? What?
Edison, and the extremity that you need to focus in on something as a man to create these amazing things that we have in the world. Men have always been extreme. Men have always had a nuclear focus. We have the manosphere taking men away from pornography, taking men away from loneliness. What are things that you're doing for these men to?
He's touching on the male loneliness epidemic, which has been created by men to excuse bad behavior. Men, the reason that you're lonely is probably because you're a fucking asshole. Maybe just start with not raping women. I mean, maybe today, you walk out, you get up, you get out of bed, you got your tidy whities on, you got your one pair of socks, you look in the mirror and you say, you know what? Today, I'm not going to rape a woman. Maybe start there. Okay? How about just that? Let's just start there.
Take them away from pornography.
So I've been writing for young men since 2008. Between 2008 and 2013, I coached hundreds of young guys.
Yes, and wash your ass.
Guys like all the guys here in this circle, it was my career. I care very deeply about finding young men who are struggling and helping uplift them, because I was one of those young men too at one point. And if you're bringing men together to improve themselves, that's amazing. But if you're bringing them together under the auspices that feminism and women are ruining society, and that you have to control a woman to have a relationship with her, that you have to be the dictator in your family, you're setting up these men for failure down the road.
But have men always been the dictators of their family? Men have always led. And that's what we're missing today. That's why we have loneliness. That's why you have time. Men didn't have time to watch porn years and years ago. That's why.
I'm sorry, what, dude? What? Didn't have time? Okay.
Men have time to watch porn today.
But there's also a lot of fucked up things that we've done throughout history that we stopped doing, right? Like, we used to kill people for looking at us the wrong way. We started wars over nothing for most of human history. Like, just because we used to do something for thousands of years doesn't mean we should keep doing it. And being the dictator of the family, I would categorize as one of those things.
That's some wild shit. Like, I don't know. I'll try to find the gentleman's name. It was a recent episode of so there's a couple of different shows that Jubilee Media puts out. This one's called Surrounded. So the men who are in this circle are the ones that are surrounding this gentleman are the ones that are pro manosphere, are pro red pilling. And again, it tracks today. Follow the money, because the Andrew Tate, the Sneeko, that movement, it's a big fucking grift. You convince people. If you watch Inside the Manosphere, I would encourage people to watch it because I think it's necessary, especially, well, it should be anybody, especially parents of, middle school age boys, and middle school age girls as well, certainly, because there's going to be the influence on both sides. But in particular, that's the targeted audience. You convince people that, a cut physique, fancy cars, condos in Miami and Boca, wealth, fancy watches, tailored suits. That's appealing. Sure, if you're 16 or 17 years old, 15 or 16 or even younger now, 12 or 13, middle school age, you see that, you're like, that's cool. Like, how do I get a fancy car? So then you're hooked on take care of yourself, supplements, skincare. Again, all good things. That's a positive message, right? Skincare, take care of yourself, watch out for this. Then all of a sudden, exactly, Heather, all of a sudden they're hooked. And the entire thing becomes about materialism. Then they're hooked. And then you've already drank the Kool-Aid. You're already connected. What was that? So are dad bods out? Jesus, I hope not. Anyway, that's the whole point, right? You hook people in. You hook them in. You get them convinced that this is what women want. And then you see these people, these young men that are influenced by these people, that these red pillars, the Andrew Tates of the world. You convince them that no matter what they say, or these people, these influencers are convincing the young men that they've already hooked based on rags to riches, fame, and fortune, that part of it gives you the ability to say whatever you want to women. Because then they'll say that women are gold diggers, and that's okay because you don't need them because women are property. And you can just abuse them, you can lie to them, you can cheat on them. It doesn't matter because you're the alpha. They're lucky to have you. And it's just getting worse. It's getting worse. The red pill effect is just getting so much worse. And it's troubling. I feel very grateful that my boys made it through, because my oldest will be 25 in November. Like, they made it through for the most part. They are feminists at their core, and I'm really proud of them for that. And especially because their sister obviously can see how her brothers behave. But my boys are fiercely feral when it comes to protecting their little sister, which I love. And she's always like, yeah, whatever. But I think deep down inside, she really loves it. She really loves that kind of thing. And I see this, the rise of the manosphere and the influence of the red pill. And in that same interview, someone said that we need more people like Andrew Tate. This is fucking real, man. I mean, these men have been brainwashed into thinking some of the fucking strangest fucking shit. And I don't know what the response is other than we just continue to talk about it. Good morning, Ren. How are you?
Hi, I'm glorious. How are you?
I'm not glorious, but I'll take that.
It's the last day of my 44th year on this earth.
Happy early birthday to you,
tomorrow.
Ren. Happy early birthday.
Tomorrow I will be in the ranks of the elderly. Just kidding.
I'm sorry. What was that you said? I thought we were friends. Apparently not. But whatever. That's fine. That's fine.
It's just I'm really struggling with this particular birthday. I don't actually know why. Maybe because it feels like I was only 35, just like yesterday. So yeah. But anyways, that was not why I came in here. I came in because I heard my code word, obviously. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the chat stays informed about Christ Kirk Church DC, because they are apparently now looking for an actual church building, which, if any of you know, they do not currently have a normal church building. They have a storefront with mirrored windows.
Great.
So that's cool. But they have put it out into the interwebs to donate to Christ Kirk Church to help them fund an actual church in Capitol Hill area. And the unfortunate part of this is that there are a pretty decent number of abandoned churches in the area. So they could actually probably find one for not too much money and continue to grow their insanity.
Oh, I'm sure.
So there's that. Just keep, it is not actually related to that. So the word kirk in Latin means church, but I'm sure that they used that name specifically to bring appeal, if you will. But it is not in relation to the formerly known as Charlie. So yeah.
Okay.
But it means church. So the word kirk means church in Latin. So they did a fun thing with words. So it's Christ Church, DC.
Got it.
Yeah.
That tracks.
But with a fun word to bring eyes to the name, like, oh, this must be where I want to go. Yeah. So that's all.
Lovely. I appreciate you and a little light reading that you do occasionally. I'm just going to pick up 1984 and start reading that just because I need more reminders. Okay.
I finished it last night.
Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you. What?
Yep.
I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye. Yeah. Steve hates church. Does Steve hate church? I don't. I think. I think organized religion has been at the center of so much violence and bloodshed for as long as there's been human history. If it happens to be something that you need in your life for salvation, for peace, for tranquility, whatever that might be, then I fully support that. But I don't like the contradiction, especially from Christians, especially from MAGA Christians. Like I hear them talking, I'll literally go into these lives and I'll hear them talking about how, they believe in God and they believe in Jesus and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like we've said before, right? They will complain and criticize and demonize socialism all week long. And then on Sunday, they'll go pray to one. And then at the same time, these pro-life crowds will just mock the disabled people. They'll say that children shouldn't be, I'm sorry, if a parent made bad choices, I guess, why should my taxpayer dollars feed them, etc. That's what I can't stand. It's the hypocrisy. I'm not judgmental for the most part. There's certain things I'll judge. Like if you're a Yankee fan, you get constant judgment. Anyway, different conversation. But in this case, it's just like, it's the ultimate hypocrisy. The criticism from the conservative Christian right, now the Christian nationalist right. Sorry, Andy, but you understand. The Christian nationalist right, about how they try to use they throw the blanket of their faith around themselves and expect everything to be okay because they believe in God. That's the part that I can't stand. That's the part that really, really, really bothers me. Jen, I saw you. If you need to come back up, you can. Yeah, that's the part that I don't like. If you have to ask that question, John, then we can't have that conversation. What's wrong with Yankee fans? Where do I start? It's fine. It's totally fine. Nothing to see here. What's wrong with Yankee fans? Oh my God. Good morning, Jen. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you for asking. What's on your mind?
Good. I didn't hear my code word explosive diarrhea, but I thought I'd jump up anyways.
That was early. Yeah, that was early. Yes.
Yeah. Come here, Sadie, because I know you're going to interrupt me. So come here. Okay. We'll try this. I'd just like to hijack your live for just 1 second and let this almost 49-year-old woman who's been through multiple abusive relationships say something to the chat, if you don't mind, young man.
Please, feel free.
So the manosphere survives by convincing women that independence is selfish, respect must be earned through obedience, and mistreatment is the price of being loved. It needs women to doubt themselves because a woman who knows her worth is much harder to control. And when someone becomes trapped in a cycle of manipulation and abuse, leaving it is rarely simple, and fear and isolation, financial dependence, and trauma bonds are not evidence that women love jerks. They are evidence that abuse is designed to make escape very difficult. When women do not love being disrespected, they do not crave cruelty, they deserve safety, dignity, independence, and love without control. So, my queens who are listening today, believe in yourselves, believe one another, and never let anyone convince you that asking for respect means asking for too much. Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate you. Thanks for jumping in, friend.
Love you.
Love you too. No notes. No notes. From Jen to Jenna. Looks like you might have timed out, Jenna. If you made a request, please feel free to request again, and I'll bring you right back up. I can see a lot of folks in the chat want to talk about this. I'll be happy to bring everybody up. Good morning. Leah, how are you this morning? Leah's Art World? Leah's Art World?
Oh, drop me down. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. It happens. Like we always talk about things that are going to be left behind after the Trump era. You know, we're pulling for the blood clot. The manosphere is not going anywhere. That ain't going anywhere unless we confront it. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. Good morning. We spend a lot of time looking at bad men and talking about the bad men. And just want to take a moment to point out that there's some good men among us. And if you haven't already seen it, go to Steve's page and look for his watermelon crushing video. And that's where I'll leave it. Hashtag Jorts. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you very much. Wearing the jorts today, as a matter of fact, but I appreciate you saying that. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mikey, how are you? Mikey.
Whoops. Progress.
I appreciate you.
Progressive in your pocket.
Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry. Yes, progressive in your pocket. Sorry about that. Yes, long live the jorts. Okay. Look, to reiterate what I had just said, this has been a rise. Like this whole, the toxic masculinity conversation and the rise of the manosphere and the red pilling and all these kinds of things. It's been building and building and building and building. Now, you can talk about COVID created some isolationism for people who are easily influenced and impressionable. When you're a 13, 14, 15-year-old boy, you're still, human, but I can only speak to it from being a 13 or 14 or 15-year-old boy at one point. You're easily influenced, right? You were easily influenced. You're trying to figure out who you are. You're going through your identity, your sexual identity, all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things you're doing. So depending on where you are getting your influence from becomes dangerous, potentially, right? And I've said this before. This is the time now more than ever where parents are going to really be tested. You've got to be involved. You've got to know what your kids are doing. I'm not saying I'm not one of those people that believes that you can be your kid's friend. I have a great relationship with my children, but I would never consider, and I don't think they would ever consider me their friend either. You can be friends as they get older, sure, especially if there's common interests, right? All those kinds of things. But there's a line because a friend might be like, it's cool. I'm sure these kinds of things happen. A friend's going to give you different levels of feedback than a parent would. And I struggle with that because I know a lot of people talk about this, that the helicopter parent mantra or whatever that might be. You can't be, especially for boys these days, right? Especially for boys. And this is why I always go back to talking to white men, like especially those of you who are believing the one vote theory. I try to imagine these conversations. I think I've said this before. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I think it's important. I hear these people, these red pillars, right? About how feminism is the destruction of humanity. The reason that men are lonely is because of women. All these things that they say. All these things that they say. So I'm imagining a household that supports that, right? The household that support whether it's the traditional nuclear family, as they like to say, right, where dad's the king of the castle. And I always think about what those conversations would look like, even if they talk to their kids. So their son and their daughter sit down. Maybe the son is a little bit older. Say he's 19 months older than the daughter. He's a senior in high school. She's a sophomore, right? And you're having this conversation. And are you telling them that, son, you're the king of the castle? It's your way. You have nothing to apologize for. You are the breadwinner. You are the alpha. You are the protector. Therefore, it's your way or the highway, so to speak. And then you're telling your daughter, you turn to her and say, when you find someone, you need to be led. The man in your life has to lead you. You will be subservient to him. You will do what he says. You will vote. You will not vote for yourself. You will vote in support of him. Whatever he says goes. And I'm thinking to myself, I could never even fucking imagine having that conversation. And how does it point back to this? Because the fucking manosphere, the toxic red pill, is all about fucking the grift. It's all about the big fucking grift. That's it. The entire thing is connected to that. So you get these influencers, they've got millions of followers, they've got a social media footprint that is fucking huge. They're just despicable fucking people. They don't regard women, they don't regard anything other than themselves. They could care less. They could care less. And yet they try to claim that the male loneliness epidemic is because of women. Men are lonely because they're fucking assholes. Men are lonely because men are raping women. Men are lonely because they're violent. Men are lonely because they can't regulate their emotions. Men are lonely because they're just sometimes not interested, not interesting. Just fucking do better. Just do better. Like I said, wake up in the morning, go to the mirror and say, you know what? Today, I'm not going to rape anybody. What a great place to fucking start. And I don't say that sarcastically. I mean it. Like, we joke. Kristen was in here earlier, but we joke. We have our little MAGA hunting group about all that's left as a group collectively for opposition in this space are fucking incels. That's it. They're these young men who barely started voting, who just, I don't know where they got their information from, although I can, based on what I see, they're obviously getting from the red pill. They have no value to women. They're justifying rape. If she had just complied, I wouldn't have had to rape her. Like, what? And then we have the same crew who said that if you, I did a video, I think I've talked about this before. How do I get through this without TikTok? If consensually, if you and your partner, if you agree that he is going to pleasure you orally and he's good at it to the point where you curl your toes, apparently you shouldn't do that, fellas, because that will show your partner that you're focused on her pleasure and it should be all about your pleasure. And that makes you weak. What the fuck? I mean, what the fuck? And then all of this relates to the fucking grift, and all this relates to Christian nationalism. Don't think that those young impressionable men who may not be Christian nationalists now, but they hear people like Joel Webbin talking, and they hear people like other Christian nationalist influencers talking. You mean there's an entire community where I can say whatever the hell I want to women and not have to worry about it? You mean I can be the king of the castle? I can be the leader of the household, and that I should not expect anything less than my woman, my possession, being subservient to me? You think this shit's not fucking real? Every fucking day this happens. Every single day we see it. And this is not going to end just when Trump's out of office or JD Vance is out of office. This is generational that we have to get out ahead of and fix. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm not okay.
I hear you.
I last week after we all spoke and everything, I found out that my childhood cousin that I grew up with, like sisters, passed away. So I've been
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I've been in a kind of in a whirlwind, not in a good place. But I wanted to touch base on the topic with what we were discussing. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. Good morning, handsome face. I wanted to touch base on what you were discussing when it comes to the manosphere and how it leads to follow the money. America has always stood to where they feel safe with white men handling money. That also falls into the household. That's how we get the stay-at-home moms. And we have a father that's only making $15 an hour. They're in poverty, but they want to stick with that ideology of, oh, thank you so much, guys. They want to stick with that ideology of the woman stays home and the man goes out and basically will get the bacon, if that makes sense. And either way, on a federal, state, county, town, all the way into the home, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. White men handling money has never worked. And I'm speaking from a place of even on a micro business, type of thing. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times there's a woman that's in the background handling the monetary part. You get what I'm saying? Like the accounting part or the ins and outs. You know what I mean? So it's like the patriarchy is so big. It's so huge to where it basically it has bled into every sector all the way down into the home, to the point where these ideologies are self-diminishing or self-sabotage in some type of way. You know what I mean? Like you're a stay-at-home mom, but your husband only makes $20 an hour. So you have to get food stamps but you know that if you go work, things will be a lot better. But because of the ideology of your husband, you choose to follow. You don't work and you choose to struggle. I will also say on another in the same breath, women, if your husband is not a great husband to you, he cannot be a great father to his son. His son is watching how his father treats you. Yeah. So if the father does not respect women, then the son will not respect women, and the daughter will learn to sit back and allow the man to lead. She doesn't know how to identify the right man because she's going off the man that the woman have allowed to put on a pedestal. And this man that we as women allowed to put on the pedestal, we know that this man exhibits manosphere, misogynistic behaviors. But because of theology, because of the patriarchy, it is looked at good that the man leads the family, but the man is a a graper. He's a thief. He's a liar. He's a cheater. You know these things, but you hide them from your children. But then again, you allow your son to go work with his father, knowing that his father has these type of thoughts. How do you, if you get what I'm saying? If you're putting a Nazi on the pedestal and a Nazi is raising your children, what do you expect your children to be like? Exactly. You can't clutch your pearls when you eventually finds out that your son is just like your husband, but you allowed your husband, who is a Nazi, to raise your son to become a Nazi. It's so easy.
And then you act surprised.
And you act surprised, but you've been laying with a Nazi for 50 years. Mm-hmm. You've heard him say these things and you said, oh, Paul, be quiet. Instead of saying, you are wrong. and doing it in front of the son, but you don't want to correct your wrong husband in front of your son because you don't want to what's the word, kind of like down his ego or decrease
diminish him or whatever.
Diminish him, correct. That's the word I'm trying to use. And and we don't realize that the children are watching us. They're watching us and how we handle these type of men. We are the women. We are the mothers. We're dealing with them at least for the first 5 years of their life, 100% of the time. But then, soon as they become around puberty, then we feel like the husband or the man has to get more involved. If my husband or my son's father is a evil son of a and I know he's no good, he has to stay away from my son. And that's the hard part that a lot of us women don't want to take accountability for. But we have to as well. We know who we laid up with. We know who we had children with, and we know who we are allowing to lead our household. We know that first. So I feel like there has to be some type of accountability on the woman's side as well when it comes to raising these type of children. It's not victim blaming, Karen, not at all. It's not victim blaming at all, because the woman is also in the household and she's aware of the type of man that's in the household. It's not victim blaming. It's only victim blaming if we know of the scenario and the situation that the woman is in. But if we're looking at it at a macro scale, at an overall scale, there has to be some type of accountability for both parents, if that makes sense.
I think
the woman cannot.
Yeah,
I don't. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I think some of the feedback that you're getting is, and I don't necessarily say it's full on victim blaming, but I do think that there's an element of the patriarchy that it's snuck in to say that the women are partly responsible for some of the feedback or lack of feedback that they're getting from their kids. You know how much I care about you and respect you, but
of course, we can disagree.
Yeah, I heard a little.
We can disagree.
I heard a little bit of that sneaking in. So I think we should. I think we should just be mindful of that, right? This is, and I think this.
Okay, so let me ask this question then. Let me ask this question then. Maybe someone sees it as victim blaming because it's stepping on toes, but if a woman and a husband is in a home and the woman is aware that the father has these ways, she knows this. She's not whether she knows this. She knows this. If I'm a woman, if I'm in my household and I'm married to my husband and I'm aware of how my husband is, then there comes a time where, as a woman, it's an uncomfortable truth. It has to come to a point where I have to come to a point as a mother. It comes to whether protecting my child, or I'm going to continue to allow this behavior to metastasize in my household. A boy is not a boy. If we're speaking about a boy is not, he didn't just wake up one day and have these type of thoughts and he chose to adopt these thoughts. A seed was planted somewhere to where he thought that these thoughts were okay. So that's where I'm saying, where is that? Now, I understand it's a victim if a woman is being a victim of this, but every woman is not a victim of misogyny just because her husband is misogynist.
I do think every woman is a victim of misogyny, though, because of the culture.
She is. But what I say that I'm talking about in the home. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about outside. I'm not talking about at work. I'm talking about in the home, but where we have chose our partner.
Right, but wouldn't that be where just we have?
I'm not making it as a. But I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing it differently, because I'm not saying that the man is wrong. I am pro woman automatically, but I'm also pro accountability. Yeah. I'm not blind to the fact that women, like, if I'm gonna say it, then I'm gonna say it. If your son disrespects you as his mom, what do you think will follow that?
Right.
What will, as a mother,
Right, but that's,
You know, that's just what I'm saying.
I get that, but that's why every woman, in my opinion, is a victim of misogyny. Similarly, I mean, men are also a victim of the patriarchy. So I think we have to be very, I think we have to be honest with ourselves. It doesn't really matter the circumstance, whether you're in the home or in public. Every woman is a victim of misogyny. That's just our system.
And I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I appreciate you jumping in today, friend. I appreciate being here. I
No
think
problem.
This is a complicated topic, and I can certainly see where the chat reacted. There was a little bit of victim blaming there, and I know you well enough to know that you'll probably think about that, because we can't blame. Obviously, people make choices, but I don't like blaming women who live in a home that's led by a patriarchal and or alpha man. I don't cast the blame there on her. I cast the blame on him. Now, everybody's circumstances are different. Not everybody's in a position to leave their partner or their husband. I don't blame that. What I don't advocate for. I have a hard time advocating for women who promote the idea that that other women should be subservient to their husbands. I think there's some responsibility to take there, but I don't blame women for being victimized by the misogyny or by the patriarchy. So, but thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you as always.
Okay.
Friend. As
Have
always.
a good one.
I love you. Talk to you later. All right. Bye.
Love you too.
All right. It's a complicated topic. You know, it's a really, really complicated topic, and you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok, which is why I love having the conversations with you. I haven't seen Sinjay in a while. Bring Sinjay up. Hello, friend. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a minute.
So great to see you.
What's happening in
It
your life these days?
Oh, when you finish something really big, I finished my degree, then you feel the pressure all of a sudden hits you, right? And then, honestly, I think I just got a little bit like existential crisis, and into a hole, being scared, what's going to happen with my life. Been struggling for a long time trying to get this done. So, like, very transparent, I was overwhelmed and maybe a little bit depressed as well, as we all are sometimes.
Sure. It's normal.
So, yeah.
What's normal?
But I'm okay. It's not, just a path in life sometimes.
So I saw your request on this particular topic. Obviously, something is on your mind that you want to discuss.
My favorite topic, So, like, I have like a lot of things, questions for you, and then the previous amazing lady for us. I think I'm going to first of all say I live in a country, Denmark. We've talked about this 1,000 times. We have a more egalitarian perspective on life, and in general, we don't have the same misogyny existing within our society. It's still there, but it's different. It's like we're leveled up a little bit from you guys. Sometimes
that doesn't.
We're a bit further in the trouble.
Well, that doesn't take much these days to be leveled up from us. So let's be honest about that.
No. Like, it's very common. Men take their responsibility as fathers a lot different than they do in the US, as far as I've understood. Anyways, the thing is, we still have the manosphere here. We still have, like, even, and like referencing to your previous guests as well, like, even someone who has grown up in a home that was more egalitarian, who had a dad that took responsibility, even in countries that do that, we have these issues. So I wanted to ask you, Steve, like, why do you think this happens? Like, I have a theory, but I would love to hear, like, if you take out your societal and cultural context and say that this is something that is global, it is not something that is dependent on your country. Why do you think it happens?
Why do I think that the manosphere continues to grow? Is that the question?
Yes. And it's so appealing to young men.
I think it's because it's so appealing to young men. It's almost like the answer to that question is the question. Like I said before, if you watch that documentary Inside the Manosphere, because if you think about the people that they're trying to bring in, they're young men, they're the middle schoolers. There was one particular scene where they were middle school age kids, and Sneeko was one of the prominent figures in the early days of the Manosphere. Right? He was a gamer. He's an online gamer, so he attracted this community, and they saw him as a legend. He was an icon to them. This guy who has just said such horrible, toxic things about women and marginalized communities in general. So I think there's a draw to celebrity. I think they see people, this guy played games. Therefore, I can be rich and famous if I play games too. And then you're hooked. So if you're already conditioned to think that as young men, we've got a particular place in society, we're at the top of the ladder, that you're convinced that if I take care of myself, if I use Bro Glow tanning lotion, if I go to the gym 5 days a week, that's going to allow me to get a fancy car, that's going to allow me to get a fancy condo, and then you're hooked. And then you find out that with that comes the ability to say whatever you want to women. Their property, you can cheat on them, they can't cheat on you. What's a little sexual assault among couples, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it becomes full-on indoctrination. And I think it just like religion. I see the manosphere as a religious influence in a way.
I just cannot okay, so I have a train of thought that you started.
Okay.
May I present it to you guys and everyone here?
Please.
Because I thought that was very interesting. When you said idolizing, having someone that you look up to and you have you're a fan of something, right? Do you think if we compare it to Swifties, for example, we have Taylor Swift, we have the Swifties who are fangirling a lot, love, are very obsessive about their famous person, right? They're also very impacted by what she says, what she believes is right. And we can see that she, in her documentary, tries to choose to do right, empathic and all that stuff, right? Do you think that there can be any so this is the boys fangirling, but because it's gaming and it's not as visible for the grown-ups and the parents right now, that it has been overlooked as something where we didn't see that it turned into this?
Yes. I think a lot of it has to do with, like I was saying before, about how parents. I'm going to try to be very careful here. I'm not going to judge parenting, but I think there's been a trend of parents wanting to be friends with their kids. And maybe it's because I'm a little bit older, but I don't think you can be friends with your kids, especially your young kids. You have to parent them, which might mean you have to kind of get into their space a little bit, which might mean you have to invade their privacy a little bit. We have to think about what's at stake. If we don't know what our kids, especially our young boys, if we don't know what they're doing and the influences that they have, then why would we be surprised if they become a toxic masculine young man? Why would we be surprised if they fall victim to the manosphere? I don't know why this person's here.
But I can't help, you said, it's about, I remember when I was a kid. You're a little bit older than me. Not that we can see it, but you are.
Nice
a few
try.
years.
Nice try. Nice try.
Oh, I would always give you your flowers. Anyways, when I was a kid, the internet was a new thing, right? We went into chat rooms and I experienced some very horrific things.
Sure.
It was very, no grown-ups knew about it. They didn't understand it. They didn't know what was happening. And therefore we were very much exposed to inappropriate things, right? I reckon that it's not because my parents didn't want to protect me, but they didn't grown-ups are always very slow to see where the things are happening. And I think it's not about the parents not being there, but it's the parents not knowing that when the kids play games, they can actually maybe get influenced by other people's. They don't even freaking know maybe that they talk to people they don't know. I think it's also a cultural, a technical education thing.
Mm-hmm.
What, is it just me?
No, I think that's part of it. And Kristen just made this comment about oftentimes parents will say that they're not tech savvy, therefore that's almost an excuse not to be involved. This is a generational thing, and I want to. I've said this a few times this morning. I want people to really understand this. This exists now. This is part of our world. It's always existed in sort of subreddits and the dark web spaces, but now it's prominent. Now there are. We had someone yesterday. We had Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan arrested and extradited, and they're facing life in prison. And there's people in our society who want more people like that. Young men want more people like Andrew Tate to influence them. What does that tell you? Here's someone who's going to jail for grape, for trafficking, for manipulation, all kinds of shit. And there are young men that want more of him. I mean, that's a generational problem. I'm grateful that I don't have young children again to have to be going through that, because it's so loud and proud and outward now. But this is not going anywhere. This is not going anywhere, and we have to be sure that we're addressing it, which is why I like to talk about it.
Yeah. But also, like, do you know how bad Roblox is? Like, if anyone in here has small children, get them off Roblox.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
my kids used to play
and
it.
Minecraft as well.
Yep.
Exactly. Like, it's a preying ground. And I keep on trying to educate parents that I meet who are like, oh yeah, they have this like Roblox game. They play it a little bit and it's massive in school, but nobody knows that there are like the games that are there are traumatizing.
They are.
To children and the conversations that they can have in there. And I just don't understand. I'm 33. It's been like this when I was a kid, when the internet came out. Why is it still like this? Like, why don't we learn that children, like, we got to follow what's happening? Like,
we do.
You know, AI, all that stuff. I don't know, technology, but I don't know.
Thank
but
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for jumping
Thank
in
you for
today.
answering
It was
that.
so good to see you again. Are you going live today or in the future, or what's going on?
I am. Maybe I was thinking about maybe today. It's like 4. I have to do a little bit of things, but I'm trying to get my energy back a little bit. I've been doing small lives, but yeah, maybe later today.
Please follow Sinjay
But
Friends.
thank you for having me
don't.
up
It's
here.
always a pleasure. Good to see you again. And congratulations on your most recent success. And I get it. Enjoy it a little bit. It's okay to pat yourself on the back, but then the next journey. And knowing you, I'm sure it won't take long.
If anyone needs a consultant, a marketing consultant, like I'm looking for jobs, you know, got to make some money. So just putting it out there. I'm in Denmark, but I can do like online consulting things if you need anything. So, yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate you, friend. Talk to you later. Have a good day. Good to see you again. Be safe out there.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I mean, I think just to kind of to round this story out, there's a few more things to cover. We have to think about the people who are. Perhaps we've, let me say this in a different way. Perhaps we've not paid enough attention to the people that are influencing our kids. Like, I've never been a big fan of idolizing celebrities. Like, I'm a fan of people, but like, you know, I've just, maybe that's just me. But that's alarming when you saw that Jubilee episode, when people are saying we need more people like Andrew Tate. Really? So another name in this Christian nationalist circuit, and thank you, Cookie, for putting this in the chat. So Greg Locke, another minister, the FBI showed up at his door. Federal investigators and local law enforcement recently raided the home of Wilson County pastor Greg Locke, who addressed the raid in July 12th church service. Locke said the raid was part of a nearly 2-year-long investigation into accusations of financial mismanagement in his leadership at Global Vision Bible Church. The Wilson County Sheriff Office confirmed in a statement that deputies helped secure the perimeter for the search at Locke's home and another location. The Internal Revenue Service was involved in the search. Wilson County Sheriff Brian Roberts said Locke tearfully described how more than 50 agents barged into his home a few weeks ago at 6 a.m. on a Sunday. It took his devices and bank statements. He said the event was particularly hard in the aftermath of his son's death. The pastor's son, Evan Locke, 20, died from an overdose when he couldn't be revived after his heart stopped on May the 8th, according to a social media post by Pastor Greg Locke. Quote, because of constant, for lack of better terms, whistleblowers and people calling hotlines and making unwarranted statements and accusations online, we encountered one of the most uncomfortable moments in our life in 3 weeks in, said Locke at a July 12th service, referring to a 6-week sabbatical that he and his family took to grieve the loss of their son, Evan. We were only able to mourn 3 of the past 6 because the last 3 had been difficult. Locke declined to comment further on the raid in response to a request for a comment. Global Vision Church, located at 1010 Maddox Simpson Parkway in Lebanon, and Locke have large digital and social media followings from outside the area. Greg Locke has 2.2 million Facebook followers. Sermons regularly draw 10,000 plus 100,000 views, and many events spike well beyond that. Locke has gained national attention for social media posts with outspoken right-wing political positions and a mass deliverance ministry that includes casting out evil spirits and events such as inviting people to burn items the church relates to the occult. And just a little bit more on Greg Locke. Locke has repeatedly argued that women should not serve as pastors or preach to mixed congregations, citing passages such as 1 Timothy 2 through 12. He has described women pastors as being in rebellion against God's design. Feminism is demonic. That's what this guy has said as well. Locke has referred to modern feminism as a deception or demonic movement, arguing that it encourages women to reject biblical roles and undermine families. He has frequently linked feminism with what he calls the Jezebel spirit, a concept used in some charismatic churches to describe manipulation, rebellion, or spiritual opposition. LGBTQ identity and gender roles. Locke has preached that homosexuality, transgender identity, and gender dysphoria are manifestations of demonic spirits that should be cast out through deliverance ministry. During exorcism-style services, he and his wife have publicly prayed against spirits of homosexuality, lesbianism, and gender dysphoria. Those statements have been widely criticized by LGBTQ advocates, mental health organizations, and many Christian denominations. Witches in his congregation, sign me up. In 2022, Locke claimed that there were 6 witches attending his church and warned that they would be exposed and removed. While he did not initially identify them publicly, the rhetoric drew concern because accusations of witchcraft have historically been directed disproportionately at women and can lead to harassment or intimidation. Locke's divorce and remarriage generated significant controversy after private text messages were published by a Christian watchdog website. Critics allege that he used degrading and profane language toward his then wife, including insults about her appearance and her weight. Locke has disputed aspects of his own personal life, how his personal life has been portrayed, but the episode damaged his standing among many evangelical leaders. Opposition to women in church leadership. Beyond the question of preaching, Locke said that men are intended to be the spiritual leaders of the home and has criticized denominations that ordain women pastors or bishops. This reflects a complementarian view held by many conservative churches, though it remains controversial and is rejected by denominations that support women in the ministry. That guy. It's horrible that his son took his own life, whether it be intentional or not. But that guy. That's the guy that has a couple million followers. Yeah. Cadillac, how are you today?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm listening to what you're saying about the women's situation thing, you know what I'm saying? And, I have 3 girls. I got 4 granddaughters, I teach them that, no matter what you do in life, you don't let no man tell you what you can't do and what you can. I say you can do anything you want in this world. I say you are empowered to do what you want. I said there's no such thing as a man's job. If you're able to do it, then you can do it. Period.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
I teach them about respect because they can have respect for one another, and you can also. I said, but don't let no man disrespect you. I said, do not let nobody take that away from you. You are a lady. You're gonna hold your own, and I told him, I said, take your power back. I said, I told a friend of mine, I said, take your power back. Don't let nobody sit there and disrespect you, talk to you any kind of way, or do you kind of way. No, take your power back. You demand to be respected and loved in the right way. And so if they can't do that, then leave them alone. So do not let nobody, do not let no man, no, I don't care, man or woman, whoever it is, don't let nobody put you down in a way that you know that you're not worth anything, because you are worth everything. I said, if anything, you are the one who's gonna make things happen.
Girl dads get it. Thanks for jumping in, Cadillac man. I appreciate you very much for saying that. Thank you. Have a good day. Be safe out there, sir.
You too, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's perspective. I don't know. Maybe. Again, I've said this before. I consider myself fortunate. The most influential voice in my head was always my mother's. It's still there. So I'm fortunate. I consider myself really lucky, really, really lucky. Not that I didn't get influence from my dad, but it's a different kind of thing. The empathy comes from my mother. My respect for other people comes from my mother. But there's no doubt about it, which is why I advocate so fucking hard for a system built around the matriarchy. that we could eventually work our way towards more egalitarianism. But ultimately, that's what this is about, right? So when you see this, to Sinjay's point, how it's not just unique to the United States. Of course, it's global. Of course, it is, and because there's the influence of young men and boys. I don't want to forget the fact, though, that young women are being influenced by this as well, and depending on who they're getting their advocacy from, are they falling victim to it as well without even knowing it? I go back to that conversation, right? I go back to the conversation about why it is, or how, especially dads in the one vote households, dads like Joel Webbin, dads like Doug Wilson, those people, they tell their own children, their own daughters, that they don't have value. That's what you're saying to them, that you don't have value. Those girls would come home from a night out with their boyfriend. There might have been an assault, and their dad, in this case, is going to say, "What were you wearing? Why did you go there? Did you lead him on?" And then we wonder why women don't report instances of rape. It's just this is the cycle that we have to break. I don't know what it's going to take. I do. It's more conversations. It's white men in particular addressing these kinds of things when they hear this locker room talk bullshit, when they call out this ridiculously bad behavior. Men, wake up tomorrow morning, look in the mirror and say, "I'm not going to rape a woman today." If we can fucking start there. It's just ridiculous to have to fucking say that. But it is the reality. And parents, especially parents of middle-aged school kids, you got to pay attention. You really got to know. You're not doing your kid any favor by just saying, like, I'm your friend. You're really not. I know you think you are. I know you think your intentions are pure and they're sincere. Do I seriously, Rocket, in all caps, we don't use all caps. Do I seriously believe most men are like that? It's the system. Yes, I believe it's all men. Rocket, you don't? You can request up, but I can tell you why. You might learn something. You might actually learn something from that. Hey, Wonder, how are you? Ms. Wonder, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a friendly.
No problem.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, friend.
I keep passing you on.
I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Rocket, just jump up. It's okay. We can have this conversation. I can tell you why I think that way, and I can tell you why you play a role in perpetuating this, because you don't see it that way. Right? That's what this conversation should be about. That's why, ironically enough, that's part of the problem. If you're offended, Rocket, if you're offended by the statement coming from a white cis hetero man, if you're offended by me saying it's all men until it's no men, then you're part of the problem. Which, again, I advocate for age-appropriate sex ed. Starting early. Proper name for body parts. What's good touch, bad touch. Consent, 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 consent. And for some reason, well, we know why, but conservatives are so fucking uptight about that shit. Why? Why are you so uptight about that? I'd like to know why. Why is it so difficult to understand that men are a threat to women every day? All men are. Good morning, Jacob.
Morning, my friend. I came on your live like maybe about 5 months ago, and I newly acquired the title of girl dad, my first kid.
Congratulations.
And,
Nothing like it.
Thank you. Super excited. Oh man, I'm so excited. Well, currently living in the world as it is today, I'm just, words of advice, words of encouragement, where to start. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, are you asking me words of advice for being a girl dad?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's advice. I don't know if it's advice, but I think that you have an incredibly important role to play. And if your daughter wants to paint your fingernails, let her. If your daughter wants to play dress up, Do it with her. In fact, I would even initiate it. Tell her that you want her to host a tea party with you. Come downstairs in a tutu.
Okay.
Show her how confident you are. Okay. Remind her that she should never settle. Remind her what her standing is. Remind her that you always got her back. Remind her that men are threats.
Mm-hmm.
That. Don't be her friend. Be her rock. Be her influence. Know that you've got her back no matter what. It's really no different than raising boys, but there's a different element there, obviously. But those are the things that I think. Those are the things that are important. At least they work for me. I was not perfect. I did the best I could, but pay attention, listen. Don't be weirded out by uncomfortable conversations. If you want your daughter to talk to you about sex in the future, then make sure it's a comfortable conversation.
Right.
That stuff.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and Miss Medusa just said this, and believe her. Start there.
Right. Always.
Yeah. Hope that helps.
Yeah, definitely.
You got this. You got this, man. It's scary as shit. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to screw up. Just be honest with yourself. Be humble. Admit when you're wrong. Just try to have fun with it. When you have, I don't know how many kids you have, but I always joke around with my kids that depending on what day it is, they're my favorite. Like today, you're my favorite. Tomorrow, you may not be. And this is another good example. Treat her mother well. Show her that men can treat women well. Treat her mother well. Be respectful. Be mindful of things. Like if you hear something out in public, if you're with her and you hear a man say something derogatory towards a woman, then get in his face. Show him that there are advocates. Yep. Show your daughter that there's advocates out there.
Yep.
Hope that helps.
Okay. Definitely, 100% helps. Thank you.
Anytime, man.
And it's my first one.
There'll be more. You know what? And the best advice I can give, man, just enjoy it because they turn 18 and leave the house really fast. But good luck, bro. You got this. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Yeah. It's walk the walk. Exactly. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. And again, everything is connected to this whole all follow money because the manosphere has become this massive grift. Hi, Kelly. How are you?
Hi, so much. First of all, men need to understand how much their early interactions with their daughters influences what happens to them when they grow up and have relationships. If they don't give them the attention, don't value their time, that's what they come to expect. I want to talk about recovering's comment. Women can leave the man and raise their sons correctly, but they are still influenced by those early years and every interaction they have and can still turn out to be just like their dad because that they fall back on what they know, especially after children enter the picture, especially if that was, narcissism and whatever, they will fall back because going back to what you said about do families actually say this to their children? They don't word it that way, but if you look, women still, as much as they say be independent to their daughters, be independent, have your own bank account, don't change it, whatever, they still are following the patriarchy. And that's what women see, but also that's what men see. That's what their sons see. So then they get into marriages, and then they're disappointed in the fact that it's not, their wife wants to be independent, wants value, wants to be a partner. And so they're unhappy in their marriage. They don't look at it and say, let me look at myself. They have jumped into the manosphere because it justifies their feelings of the woman not giving them what they want. The woman is the problem. And so it alleviates or relieves them of any responsibility in that relationship. So I see it all intertwined. And this could be men who were raised with the idea of empowering women, of respecting women. But in the end, what they have seen modeled from their own parents, where the mother might say, oh yeah, you respect your love your wife, do this, do that. But what are they doing? What are they modeling? Are they giving in? Are they making that man the patriarchal leader of the family? that's what they still come to expect. And so it becomes this cycle over and over and over again of we're telling women to, be independent, we're treating them right, but also they're not bowing down and doing what they were supposed to do. They're not being my mommy. They're not doing what my mommy did. And it just becomes over and over. And I've seen it with boys who were raised, men who were raised as boys by very independent women, or women who leave relationships and try to instill all that. They still fall back on that. And it is so frustrating to me to see that so many young men could have great relationships with their wives, but it's so much easier to fall back on that manosphere concept of, well, she's not doing, and if she's not going to put out, then I have a right to cheat on her, and all this other crap. Instead of taking responsibility.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I just want to just go back to something you said early on. It's not always so easy for anybody to leave a marriage, especially a woman who's been in a house where her husband's control the money and everything else. So we have to keep that in mind. It's not easy for everybody to just pack up and leave, but I appreciate your perspective, Kelly. Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you. Thanks.
And I wasn't suggesting, Steve, I wasn't suggesting that it was. I mean, what I'm saying is, even if a woman finds a way to leave, they choose to leave because they know that what's happening is so terrible, you still are going to be, especially if you have any kind of custody, joint custody, there's still going to be influence. There's only so much you can, and even if you think when they're young that, oh, I've got this, they were raised this way, they're saying all the right things, as they mature, again, because it falls into what they see, the manosphere is giving them because of the influence of the father that followed all that, and then the manosphere is justifying it when they're unhappy, because then it just puts all the blame on the women. It's the women's fault. It's femininity.
That's the issue.
Oh my gosh, femininity is fine. Like they'll straddle that line. Femininity is fine, but now this is just man hating and whatever, and the manosphere is right because it justifies them. Instead of them having to work on the relationships, it gives them an out to blame their wife,
just like
or girlfriend or whatever.
Just like the male loneliness epidemic. Thanks for jumping in, Kelly. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good day. Be safe.
Love ya.
You too. Back at you. Bye. Jim, you made a comment. You said, Jim says you have to teach your son to be respectful, but also to be a man. Jim, could you request up? Because I'd like to know what you mean by that. Like, I'd like to know what you're thinking as to what it means to be a man. Because I would imagine that you and I have very different definitions of that, and I would be curious as to what yours is. So, yeah, I'm sure he's a chat troll, but it's a comment worth discussing. Good morning, Miss Medusa. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I want to say I watch you almost every day and love what you do.
Thank you.
And just keep going. Mad respect.
Appreciate that. Thanks very much.
I want to try to keep it, punchy, because I know you like to move along quick.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
So I wanted to give a couple more little highlight notes for girl dads, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay, cool. Because and I'm not going to get too deep into anecdotal, but I grew up in a very rigid, Southern, toxic, dysfunctional home. Very bad role models all around, especially with my dad. So a couple of things I would say that just came to mind. One of them is don't pay too much attention to her body in a weird sexualization, SLUT shaming, specifically when it comes to the clothes that she wants to wear. Because I'm going to tell you, when you're coming of age, some of us, looked older than we were. I was one of those. And I was slim, I was athletic, I was tall, and all my shorts were short, it's just because I had long legs, right? Don't constantly accuse them of doing things, because when you're constantly accused of seeking attention from boys and being boy crazy and all of that, it gets in your head and it makes you actually run into that direction. I don't know if anyone in the chat has had that experience. I'd love to see raise your hand or something. But And then the whole thing of like, oh, put some more clothes on, your uncle's coming over. Like, you're putting ideas in our heads at a very young age about sex in an unhealthy way without us having that education. You know what I mean? And another thing, and this all strings together. I was always grounded. Okay, it was always a reason to be punishing me. Don't speak unless you're spoken to. Don't seek attention. Don't react emotionally when you're in trouble or if anything's happening. Like, don't cry. You know, things like that. My brothers got to do whatever they wanted, and I was always locked in the house. So, you know, I ended up sneaking out and stuff and doing things that I regret, and that, like, I put myself in some pretty bad situations. And had I just been able to go out and be a kid and an adolescent, and learn things like everyone else, I probably wouldn't have done that. Like, you know what I mean? And then I had something else too. I'm a little nervous. Sorry.
No, you're doing great.
It's funny. I've been a live streamer for years, but when I go on other people's panels, I get super nervous.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Thank you. Yeah. Also, yeah, believing, like I said that in the chat, like, believe her. If she says something, and I'm honestly believe your kids too, like, in general, if like somebody's doing something they're not supposed to, like no square and all that, like, believe them, because how else would they know? You know what I mean? Like, kids aren't just gonna make stuff like that up.
Nope.
You can tell if they are, like, you can tell if you really know your kids, they're gonna be a lot like you. Like, you're gonna be able to tell they don't have the right details, or they're shaky about it. Like, you're gonna be able to tell, but for the most part, they're not lying. Like, it probably took everything they had, and they're gonna remember that moment for the rest of their life. And that could carry forward to if something happens to them, if they're a female, like, very likely that it will, if they even go to the police or not, you know, or if they press charges. Like, I haven't pressed charges so many times because I was terrified that the person would hurt my animals, or, you know, throw my stuff out, or unalive me. I had to run across state to escape a stalker. Like, I've gone through a lot. And a lot of that was because I tried to be too forgiving, people pleaser. And a lot of that was, again, stemmed from my childhood, how my dad handled me, and everything else like that, right? And it was always the boys will be boys, but you can't do anything. And everything that you are trying to do, you're seeking attention, and you're trying to go be with boys.
That part.
So, yeah, like, thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
You got it. Thanks for jumping in today, and you did great. Please come back. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for your words.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Take care.
You got it. It's a great point. You hear it a lot, you know. And I gotta say, like, I think about, have I raised my daughter differently than my boys? And I think the answer is obviously yes. I think it complicates things because of her health scare when she was a lot younger. Do I approach things with her differently than I did with my boys? Yes, I did. I can honestly say that. But I think it's got more at least in my head. Maybe I'm trying to justify it. I don't know. But I think it's because of the fact that she almost died when she was younger. So there's that, right? So am I overprotective of her? Am I overprotective? Probably, but I'm overprotective of my boys as well. So am I more overprotective of her than I am of them? Probably I am. But she's a strong woman. She is tough as hell. She's really well grounded. She just oozes empathy and generosity and kindness. So I'd like to think that I did a few things right. So I guess we'll see. I was joking the other night when she goes to the Oscar, who's her plus one? And she said, depends on who her boyfriend is at the time. I'm like, great. Good to know.
I understand that.
Hi, Francis.
What is the outcome so far?
On the phone. Might have been tapping. Thank you, Drea. Appreciate you saying that. Dog Mama, are you there? I mean, these conversations are so important. I mean, I look at it a little bit. I'm looking at it from a different perspective, obviously, because it relates. I think you guys can understand why I'm trying to weave this in, because the manosphere and the red pilling is a big fucking grift. I'm sorry, Alan Honeybee. My apologies. It's a big grift. That's part of it. So the amount of money in that industry, in the manosphere industry, in the red pill community, because listen, there is a historical connection to this. For any type of indoctrination, any type of let's create something that people will follow. We can use rise of authoritarianism. We can talk about the ability that the mustache man back in the 30s was able to convince the German citizenry that I am your redeemer. I will rebuild the German economy. I will make all of your lives better. He convinced everybody, including German Jews at the time. He convinced everybody. And then once everybody drank the Kool-Aid, figuratively speaking, once everybody was indoctrinated into that, then it didn't matter. Then it didn't matter. Then it became the sunken cost fallacy, right? Everybody's been hooked. At this point, we're so far down that road, then okay, I guess I have to jump on board. And then we can add the indoctrination into the MAGA cult. We can talk about indoctrination into organized religion and indoctrination into the red pill. Because young men have been convinced that the only way you can achieve this success, the only way you can have the fancy cars and the 6-pack abs and the real estate fortune, etc., the only way to do that is if you follow this book. And this book would be the red pill and the manosphere. And then within the pages of that book is the horrible things that people in that book do and say and are towards women. So people in the red pill community do not believe that it's all men, because they're part of it. They don't think it's a wrong thing to be able to womanize. If you watch that episode of the Inside the Manosphere, one of the influencers that they were, I can't think of his name now. He's married. His wife gave up a career as a doctor. A doctor, right? She gave up her career as a physician, and now she's into this trad wife lifestyle, and she just accepts the fact that when her husband leaves home, it's fine for him to go out and have sexual relationships with other women. Like, it's fine. Like, it's no big deal. And I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? When is it? But yet she can't decide to have an affair. She can't decide to be with another man. It's all on him because he's the boss. It goes by what he says. Yeah, like, men always wrong women because we're supposed to know all men are dangerous, but also it's women's fault. I don't know if I get your comment, Ellie Witchy. Anyway, hi, Nurse Gigi. How are you today, friend?
Good. How are you? Thank you for this is my third time calling you. I get all like nervous yet excited when I get up. But
good.
I just want to say, just kind of back to the, there's two things. What Recovery was saying, I kind of understood where she was going with it.
Yeah.
In terms of accountability, but not victim blaming, because at some point, some woman somewhere had to say, back in the day, I deserve the right to vote, or I should be able to get my own credit card. So I kind of get where she was going with it, and I also understand how it could be misconstrued as victim blaming. But when I was in college, and I'm 55, so this was like a long time ago at this point, I worked with DSS kids at a 90-day residential unit, and I'm from New England also, so good for, yay, go Red Sox. And yes. Every summer it was like this huge discussion, this huge debate. When we go to the beach, when we take the kids to like the local state parks, do the girls have to wear shirts over their bathing suits? Now, again, we worked with DSS kids. Unfortunately, a lot of females had been abused, and, the boys, some of them had been abused and abused. So, you had the mix. And it was always like a staunch argument between like male and female staff, because the female staff was like, no, first of all, if a girl's confident enough to wear a bikini at this young age, 12, 13, 14, and she feels comfortable in her skin despite what she's gone through, it's the boys who have to learn to behave. So as long as the girl isn't misbehaving. Because I mean, because the girls weren't perfect, they had issues. So as long as the girls weren't behaving inappropriately, they're just kind of having fun in the sun. If the boys have an issue, then guess what? That boy doesn't go to the beach. It was like this whole thing. Like, why should the girls cover up? Because when they're done with their 90-day assessment, the boys are going to have to go into the world where there are going to be women at beaches not wearing shirts, like because we don't do that. They need to learn to behave in public. They need self-control. They need to understand that everyone's wearing a bathing suit. It's not time for, it's not a show, and this was even, like I said, like back, in the 90s, we were, it was coming up. So it's definitely a struggle, and it's just a struggle, and we had girls who were confident, and they they shouldn't be punished because some of the boys couldn't handle it.
Agreed.
So we kind of dealt with it with, if so and so, if Jason can't handle it, Jason's not going to the beach. Jason needs to learn how to behave in public, so just wanted to chime in on those two. So it's definitely something that, if it's not taught in the home, it has to be taught at school. It has to be taught at summer camp. It has to be taught at Boy Scouts. I mean, it just has to be, it's just respect. Just like we can't have the girls acting inappropriate when the boys are on the beach. Like, what? I mean, everyone's got to behave appropriately, so that's all I wanted to say for now. Just thanks for having me up. I'm rambling.
No, you got it, Gigi. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you very much. I really do. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so complicated. I go back to what I discussed earlier about how people in the United States in particular are so fucking uptight about sexuality. Like, so uptight about it. So uptight. I just saw somebody from Sweden here. I can't relate to this conversation because this person grew up in Sweden. They grew up on topless beaches. Like, we're so fucking uptight about it here, which I think is part of the problem. Like, this purity culture, right? Like, give me a break. Again, I'll advocate for age-appropriate sex ed. Why are conservatives so, any kind of conversation that they have about sexuality becomes this, it's taboo. Like, you turn the lights off probably when you have sex. You've never had sex outdoors. You got to be, it can only be in the bedroom. I'm like, what the fuck? Don't even get me started. Like, don't even get me started. It's going to turn people off from wanting to have kids. I get it. Hey, bro, how are you?
Good. How about you?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
Oh, man. Well, the question just asked, it's because they don't like to pleasure women. That's why they get upset about talking about stuff.
Yeah. Well, they can't. Yeah.
Right. Man, you got me right to the edge of about to go cry this morning when you were talking to some people, man. You're killing me today.
Sorry, bro.
So, no, that's fine. We all need a good cry. Matter of fact, I had my girl dad shirt on today. It worked out perfect. So a couple of different things. The reason why we try to protect our kids so much is because we're Generation X, and our parents didn't give a shit about us.
For the most part,
they
raised on neglect
they
and
had to
hose
be
water.
told,
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
No.
We don't. No, we have no idea. Oh, we have kids. Oh shit, we should look for them. So a couple of things. When Medusa was on, that was a great conversation she had. She actually brought up a lot of things that now, at 51 years old, I'm realizing, oh crap, my parents did that to my older sister. And she's all fucked up because she was tall, attractive back in the 80s and whatnot, and you got to put clothes on, better clothes. Hey, put a robe on, your father's coming down, like all that stuff. And I never even thought about that until she said that. It was eye-opening. I might actually have to have a conversation with my sister today about that. And then the other thing you guys were talking about was obviously teaching the boys what they need to do. You know my story. I teach my boys all the time to be upstanding men, let's say. And of course, my daughter, the conversation we've had in the past was my 3 kids are adopted. They were all abused by their biological parents. And so I was starting in a deficit, obviously, with my kids. but my daughter, who is now 15, is going through some stuff, and she's a beautiful girl and has low self-esteem. And we constantly talk about stuff. And a proud dad moment happened a couple of times over the last few months, maybe the year, when she would come to me and say, Dad, you know what? I stopped talking to David, or I stopped talking to whoever. And I go, why? Because they asked me for inappropriate stuff on text. I'm like, so what you do? She goes, that's inappropriate. We are stopping this conversation. I don't need you in my life. And that's what I teach her is, listen, you are a princess at this point. You will be a queen when you get older. Don't let men try to get things from you. And then I explained to her about how we've all made mistakes in life. After a bad breakup years ago, I decided that I assumed, because that's what we're taught, is that women don't like nice guys. And when I was the nice guy, I was not getting what I wanted. So I had a commitment problem, let's say. So throughout a couple of years, I was going through different people. And when I met my wife, I actually had a second date scheduled right after her. I was double booked that day. And when I met my wife, I called that other girl and said, hey, you know what? We're done. This is the one. And I hold by that story because I tell her, listen, you know when it's the one when it's the one. And the reason why she was the one was that she was the type of person who could dress up and look nice, but also get underneath the car and hook up an exhaust if she needed to. She was the person who didn't need me and would be fine without me, but wanted me. Because women could do anything a man could do. Don't let anybody tell you different. And so we have that conversation all the time. And it amazes me. I'm going to pick her up today. My wife and I separated because we're two A personalities at this point. We switch roles a lot. There were times that I'd be baking Christmas cookies and my wife would be outside plowing the snow, snow blowing the snow, because we are equal. We do everything. We cook, we clean, we do everything. There's nothing that I could do that she can't, and vice versa. And I teach my kids all that my daughter does not need a man ever to do anything. And my sons should look for a woman that doesn't need a man to do anything. So then we're on equal playing ground. And then what was the other thing? I think I was taking notes. I guess that's it. I don't know. But yeah, I love my daughter to death. It took me a while to think about what a girl dad is. And you actually helped with that when I started following you a couple of years ago, because I never really thought about it. But once I got deep into it, I realized, holy God, this is a huge responsibility. Huge. And like I told you before, I let her paint my nails. I've let her do my hair. She's given me she's giving me ridiculous hairdos just because she likes it. It's great. It's just because she likes it. Why not make her happy? I could brush my hair out when she's gone. I could take off the nail polish if I need to. It's just a thing to do. When she just texted me today. She's like, when are you coming to pick me up? Because I'm bringing her to a work party tomorrow. And I'm like, 4:30, I get out of work and I'll come down. It's an hour drive. She goes, that's so far away. I'm like, I got you. Don't worry about it. So yeah,
you're doing the work, brother.
Man, you almost had me. I was about to start tearing up.
That's good. That's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you've been doing the work, bro. I know it's been a long journey, and I think that's the best compliment that I could ever receive, potentially. That you realize the importance of being a girl dad and why it's so critical. And I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for doing the work. You're good.
I got chills right now.
You're a good man. You're a good man. Keep it up. Enjoy your time with your kids.
Guys do better.
Exactly. Thanks, bro. Talk to you soon. Be well.
See ya.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we have a lot of work to do. And while he was talking about that, I was thinking about this whole obsession. I know a lot of creators that are like on the app, women who have this topic, they talk about body count a lot. And I know why men just are obsessed with body count is because they don't want to be compared to other men. God forbid they may not be the best lover that this person ever had. It's got nothing to do with anything other than that. They want to control and they don't want to be compared. They don't. So men got a lot of fucking work to do. A lot. Start with not raping women. We'll start there. Mitria, how are you?
Oh my goodness, you have me on camera. Hold on. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
I heard you talking about this stuff at the beach and all of that, and I wanted to show you my thought. I think we should make it more modest for everybody. I was thinking we can go back to like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, where the women are wearing full dresses, petticoats, bodice, all the way down, like, the button up lace. Like, I think all the way. But let's take it. Since we want to be so regressive, let's regress all the way back to this beautiful time where you could wear pearls and lace at the beach. I don't know.
Looks so comfortable.
It's just a suggestion. It doesn't look so comfortable. I mean, I just thought that was an option. But don't worry, men, we got one for you too.
Oh yes.
It's gonna be a little bit risque.
Totally,
because you know how women get when they see men's knees.
Absolutely.
But I think I would prefer this go all the way down to the ankles for like a pantaloon. But either way,
I completely.
I don't know.
Agree.
I just thought this might be a good option.
Mitria, that like you said, that might be a little bit too revealing. But I appreciate the thought for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I would, if we're going to take it back, let's go back to a time when we all had a good time.
I agree.
We can sing about motor cars.
We get motor cars. Yes, motor cars and apothecaries. Thank you for jumping in today, friend. I appreciate you very much for being here.
Love.
Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's anything to stop the bulge. Look. It's a complicated topic that doesn't have to be. We can't be afraid to talk about it. I mean, there are people who grew up in my generation who don't use the appropriate names for body parts. How about we do that? How about we call them what they are? It's a penis. It's a vagina. It's not a thingamajig and a hoo-ha. It's a penis. It's a vagina. Let's change the culture, okay? That's where I believe we should start sex ed early. The littlest fucking thing. The littlest thing when you have parts. What is the proper name for the part? Okay, vulva, sure, that's fine too. No problem. I just wish we could move the needle a little bit on these conversations sometimes, and men stop raping women. Yes. How are you?
I had to come back up here for two reasons. Number one, it's commercial time break.
Yes.
Commercial.
Yes.
You know what I mean.
I'll go do that. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, and thank you for being here. That was Sadie. She says hi. She says tap the screen. Tap, 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 like your life depends on it. Make sure that you look down and you're not accidentally in the request box. Also, if you could please tap, let's get to 600,000 likes. And gift goal, the gift goal up in the top in the purple box. We need some frogs. And if anybody's willing to take out those swans this morning, that would be greatly appreciated. Every gift helps us get onto the FYP page and stay there, get pushed out by TikTok. Also, if top left corner under the logo, there's the gift gallery. Getting that gift gallery done is not mandatory, but it would sure be great. And it also tells TikTok we're engaged, pushes us out on the FYP page. Also, if you are more interested in sending cash donations to the Do Something Tour, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo is also available. And Steve puts in a lot of work every day to prepare. We do a lot of work behind the scenes. This is his full-time job. We need to support him so that we can continue his message and get the word out. A lot of really cool stuff is happening behind the scenes. We're excited to tell you about it when it's more confirmed, but please stick around and support the mission. we really appreciate every single one of you, and hope that you are really gathering information here to spread the word as well. And now that you're back,
yes,
I just wanted to say that I know that a lot of people are not trying to victim blame, and I understand. I do want to say that statistics show that it takes a woman or even a man 7 times to leave their abuser before they completely leave. And that's because of trauma bonds, or something called Stockholm syndrome. And that they've actually proved this, that in the Nazi concentration camps, the women were in love with their abusers. It was like a bond that they had, and that they craved being around them because they thought this was abuse, or this was love. You know, they were in love with them. And so, you know, I do believe that a lot of this behavior, where women accept abusive behavior from men, comes from childhood. I think that I know that I was taught, when a little boy is picking on you, it's because he likes you, and that you normalize little boys being mean to you because that means they like you. And the other thing is that you know, I remember as a child being told, like, my sister was the smart one and community college was just okay for me. That was okay, that I could settle for something less than what I knew I could achieve. And because of that, I suffered, and I suffered because I thought I was worthless. I felt my value was decreased, and it took a lot of abuse and trauma and a complete and total mental breakdown, to where I was literally in a padded room, to go get the help that I needed to deprogram myself from thinking that I deserved less. I also, and I'm being really vulnerable with a lot of people right now, but I really don't care, because I think there's somebody out there that needs to hear this. I had parents, look, I come from an extraordinarily wealthy family. My father was a cardiothoracic surgeon, and my mother is a stockbroker. I needed for nothing. I wanted for nothing. But I was taught that I could settle for less, and that I wasn't as important. My parents' divorce was more important than their children. And so I was picked on as a little kid for being the fat kid in school, and nobody protected me. And so when I became grown, I searched for men who were protectors in a physical way, like, you were mean to me and they're gonna go beat you up. And what that turned into is, not only did I not know my value as a person and what I deserved as a woman, but I also engaged in relationships that were inherently abusive, because at the end of the day, the only people they were abusing physically was me. And it got to a point where the people that were so called quote unquote protective were like in prison. You know what I mean? Like, they were in and out of prison for the abusiveness, but that translated into love for me. Like, they love them so much, they're willing to beat up that other person, but in turn, they were ending up just beating on me. And that for me was normal. And so it took a lot of therapy and deprogramming to understand that that's not okay, that I was taught that as a child. This is not your fault. Nothing you did was wrong. You have to thank your coping skills for allowing you to survive to this point, to realize where you are, and that it's okay to say at 40 whatever years old, I need to start over and relearn these things. And if you're willing to do that, and you're willing to teach your children from the very beginning that you don't need to settle for something less because you're worth the best, I think that you can break the cycle of abuse that continues on in a lot of families, because somebody has to break the cycle. And if you're going to be the one, you're going to change generations of children. I always taught my son that he needs to be the man that a father can trust his daughter with. And he's always been that way because he watched what I went through and knows that that's not normal. And so he learns what healthy relationship is. I always told him this isn't normal. So he knows. But a lot of people aren't as lucky to know that that kind of behavior is not normal. So I feel like at the end of the day through all of that, normalizing going to therapy, normalizing getting help, normalizing working through what you may have gone through as a child really helps you break the cycle of abuse.
Absolutely. That's all we're asking for. Be better.
Yeah.
Don't look at therapy as a bad thing. Don't look at showing emotion that's other than anger and lust. That we're just that's all I'm asking for. Just be better. Just be better. If the bar is I'm not going to rape someone today, then that's a win. Sadly.
Right. Yeah, it is. And I just want women who may be in a relationship right now that doesn't feel comfortable, but you don't know what to do. You did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. This is not your fault. And there's help out there. And if you want out, people can help you get out. And this is not your fault.
No.
Nothing you did made you deserve how you're being treated right now. And you deserve to be happy, healthy, and safe. And it feels really uncomfortable to say that sometimes to yourself, but you need to believe that.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that.
That's all.
And thank you for being so vulnerable.
All right.
I appreciate you, friend. I'll talk to you later.
Sure.
All right. Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Ryan Dresser, I sent you an invite. If I think a lot of people would like to hear your views, Ryan, because there's some things that you said that are very interesting, and I would be curious to unpack them a little bit with you as well. So if you wouldn't mind just accepting that invitation, I would really appreciate that. While we're waiting for Ryan to make up his mind, we can't let a show go by without talking about Bitch Boy. So this is Mike Johnson. He was asked a question about the allegations against Graham Plattner. His response was interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eric Garcia from Independent. These past 2 weeks, Democrats ditched Graham Plattner from their ballot after sexual assault allegations. 2 members of the conference, Max Miller and Ford Mills, faced domestic violence allegations. Why would you Republicans keep them in the conference, whereas Democrats are dropping somebody accused of privilege of sexual harassment?
Well, the key word there is allegation. We have a process here. The House said.
Well, there's allegations against Graham Plattner too. No, don't try to squirm out of this, Mikey. Don't try to squirm out of this.
Ethics Committee works on those things. If allegations are made, they work through a process. So I'm not in the business of commenting on investigations as they're in process, and we'll see how that shakes out. That's how this always works. And by the way, it's done for R's and D's on both sides of the aisle. Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Just to level set on that, because the reporter referenced Max Miller. So I just want to make sure real quick that we know exactly who Max Miller is. How do I find that? Hold on a second. Since it's important, since the Speaker of the House just mentioned him, Max Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, who's the daughter of Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, has alleged that Miller threw or poured very hot boiling water on her during an argument in June of 24. She has provided photographs and other evidence in support of her claims. Miller, of course, has denied the allegation. He has stated that he did not intentionally harm her and has disputed the characterization of the incident. The dispute is part of a larger, highly contentious divorce, custody, and defamation battle. What? And like we discussed, right? The fundamentals, there's massive differences between both parties. You know, there was enough immediate response to Eric Swalwell, to Al Franken, to Graham Plattner and others that they were just shown the fucking door. And because Mike Johnson doesn't give a shit at all, he's going to say, well, we'll just let the ethics investigation take care of itself. No, you could make it public to say, we do not want someone like this to serve in Congress. It is the ultimate in hypocrisy. But again, nothing to see here, I'm sure. It's totally, totally fine. I'm sure that was just an accident that he burned his wife with hot water. Sure, it was just an accident. Sure. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Let me thank a couple people while our friend is loading. Thank you to Lisa. Thank you, Lisa, for your $6 contribution. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you, Lisa. Amy, thank you, friend. I appreciate you very, very much. You believe in the cause. It's very kind of you. And then Emily, thank you for the dollar train. Appreciate you guys. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. You want to support the channel? Any donation of $3 or more gets you entered into our contest where we give away merch. So a $3 entry gets you one, $6 gets you two, and so on and so forth. Then we'll do our drawing on Monday morning at 10 o'clock Eastern time. And like I said, you can win a merch, an item from the merch store, and a guest hosting opportunity if you are interested. So thank you, friends. I appreciate you all. Darling Nikki, how are you today? You're muted, friend. Nikki, you're muted. Sent you an invite to turn on.
No, I'm not trying to join.
Okay, no problem. I got you. No sweat. It happens. Ryan, the offer is still there, friend. I would really appreciate you coming up and just having a conversation with us because you have some interesting takes on things. When I say interesting, I mean bad, but I'd still like to have the conversation. And I have a feeling that you've fallen victim to a certain type of ideology that we've been talking about this morning. And I would be curious to see how deeply red-pilled you've been pilled. Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Wow, I got some things going on here, but I just wanted to, touch base with you. I don't know how your chat remembers me. I'm in transactions right now. I'm going through the changing of being a Republican to a Democrat.
Yes, I remember.
So I get a call this morning from my ex saying that her car didn't start, if I could go pick up the kids and take them to school. So on the way from taking them to school, I'm having the kids listen to your show. And my daughter, she's always in front. She's older. She's 12 years old. And so we're listening to where you were talking about the priest or the church and what he was preaching about women. So my daughter turns to me and says, he sounds just like my teacher. And I know her teacher. I mean, we're both MAGA, or I was, but he's MAGA. So I know him. I mean, we talk and we bullshit around. So I'm thinking, all right. So I just want everybody to know that when somebody is transitioning like this, I mean, you can't just go halfway. You got to go all the way, or it's worth nothing. So I thought about it, and I said, okay. So I get out the car with them, and I hug them. They walk away. So I go, and I see them walking, and I stop them, and I'm talking with them, and I said, hey, bro, check this out. Why do you have to downgrade women in your classroom? And then he says, oh, here we go. I heard about you. You changed up. You turned into a little wussy, didn't you? And and that kind of MAGA stuff, and I was ready for that. I already know. They get really, really aggressive when they don't like somebody telling them what to do. You know how it is.
I do.
He started crashing out. And I just look at him, and I'm thinking to myself, don't fall for that. Just don't fall for the crashing out, because it's not good. especially with around a lot of kids. And he's a teacher, and he's crashing out and cussing at me like, "You're a fucking pussy." You know what I mean? And and I just want to tell anybody out there that's trying to get away from this party, you got to go all the way. You can't just half-ass this. And yeah, Steve, you're right. My little girl is in there hearing this bullshit from this guy. Now, before I would have been like, that's just man. Don't listen to that baby. That's what I would have told my daughter back then. But now that my mind is open, and I'm seeing how us MAGA used to be. I mean, we didn't care. It's so sad. I just want to cry.
Yeah, I mean,
because now my daughter.
Yeah, sometimes it takes the personal moments, Tony, to make it happen. I know you've been on this journey, man, and I'm glad you're here finally. I know for whatever reason, I'm glad you're here. Hopefully, you're going to continue to progress and remind others that are stuck in the same cult that you were in why they need to get out. But thanks for jumping in today, Tony. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you for being out here for us.
You got it, man. It's my honor. Thank you very much. We hear it a lot, right? We hear these stories a lot. Once again, I don't want to lose the plot here. This entire conversation is because of the massive amount of money that circulates in the manosphere. I mean, the Tate brothers in particular, lavish lifestyle. A lot of the red pill influencers leading a lavish lifestyle because it's about the grift. It's a massive fucking grift. But what it's doing, especially, they've done studies. There's always been some antisocial behavior connected to a certain type of person. I don't want to generalize that when we talk about the gaming community, that's where a lot of it comes from. Roblox and Minecraft, depending on the servers that you are on. My kids would play that. We'd have these conversations. I found out about this stuff a little bit too late. I didn't realize that it was that nefarious of a network. But these things are there by design. So they're drawing in people who've been deemed by society as, I hate this term, but social outcasts, right? So there's a target there. People looking to belong to something. Look at the imagery that you see of the Patriot Front marching in unison, right? It creates this culture of belonging. You can belong. You are the one. Everyone else is the enemy. You by joining us with Patriot Front, you get your uniform, you get your mask, you can say whatever you want, right? It becomes appealing, especially for those who are impressionable and young. And they target men because of aggression. Now Pete Hegseth wants to give them testosterone. And it's not going to get any better unless we do something about it. We being men, fathers, dads, people who have influence over the young boys and girls. I really want people to imagine what that conversation would be like in these single vote households. Again, son, you are the king of the castle. You can do whatever you want. Your partner will be submissive to you because you are the protector. You will work. She will stay home and raise the kids. If you decide to step out on her, that's totally fine because you're a hardworking man. Daughter, it is your job to go in the kitchen and make sandwiches and do whatever your partner tells you. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. And then we get some of the weakest examples of masculinity in our government right now. I want to redefine what masculinity is. I mean, I think that should be part of the endeavor. Just got a story idea. I want to redefine it. What does it mean? I think it means the things that we want it to mean, not what it does mean. People think about masculinity. What's the first thing that pops into your head? A picture of the Marlboro Man, Chuck Norris, right? We need to reshape that entire image for future generations. I think masculinity is vulnerability, the ability to show feelings other than lust and fucking anger. the ability to be comfortable with yourself, to be honest, to be willing to be hold yourself accountable, to have integrity, sincerity, empathy, right? Sure, hard work, of course, but that's for everybody. That's not unique to masculinity or femininity. You know, we've got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. Okay. I wanted to get into this story, and thank you guys for engaging in that conversation. It's incredibly important, but we have to continue to talk about it. And speaking of people who I would never consider masculine by their own definition, that would be Kash Patel. It's a very interesting story here. The FBI Director Kash Patel is planning on visiting Russia at some point this year. Politico had reported, citing an unnamed U.S. official and a person familiar with the situation. According to the U.S. official, Patel is scheduled to visit Moscow in mid-October and also visit St. Petersburg. The official also told Politico that Patel's host is likely to be a Russian Secret Service, commonly known by the acronym FSB. Patel's agenda for discussion remains unclear, as do the details of who he'll be meeting with. White House spokespersons referred Politico to the FBI for comment, while spokespeople for the FBI and the Justice Department did not respond. Patel has spent years as FBI director denying claims of Russian interference in the United States election process, particularly in U.S. President Trump's first election in 2016. Politico reported that Patel had previously been paid $25,000 by a film company linked to the Kremlin in 2024 after participating in a documentary series entitled All the President's Men, The Conspiracy Against Trump. Patel has also faced criticism over his alleged episodes of excessive drinking, which resulted in his grilling by Democratic lawmakers during a hearing in Senate back in May. During the panel, lawmakers questioned Patel about a report in the Atlantic magazine that detailed instances of conspicuous inebriation and unexplained absences during his tenure that had alarmed officials at the FBI. Patel has sued the Atlantic and its reporter over the article, accusing them of defamation. The magazine has said it stands behind its reporting. Why is he going to Moscow within weeks of the election? That's a question we should be asking. And remember, hide the vodka, right, Kim? And remember, in the election integrity, the erection integrity stuff that the president was talking about, all they did was verify what was in the Mueller report. That's it. that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Yes, we know that to be true. I'm trying to avoid getting clapped again. We can talk about erections all day, but not elections. Mustafa, are you there? Mustafa.
السلام عليكم.
Hello,
أنا
friend.
from Gaza من غزة. ممكن مساعدة بليز.
I'm sorry, friend. I'm trying to be consistent with I might have to revisit that whole thing, but I'm just trying to be consistent. I've heard a lot of things from other creators that it's not exactly what we intended it to be. So, anyway. Yeah, exactly, Zoe. I mean, certainly erections are much more fun than elections. We know that to be true. At least I hope. Although, who knows these days? Especially if you we had a funny conversation last night about that law in Texas that you couldn't have more than 6 sex toys, and they had to change the law. Why was that a law to begin with? I don't know why you got back in the basket. Why was that even a law to begin with? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, all the sad vaginas in Texas. Seriously. Okay. We'll go till noon today, friends, and don't forget to come back tonight for our episode of That's a Wrap. And then Thursday night, we'll probably kick off our new debate series. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Hey, Drew, how are you?
Hey, Steve, how are you this morning, buddy?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
You know, I'm so glad you're talking about this because I don't think it's spoken about nearly enough. And I know you had other things in mind today, but it's been such an interesting conversation to hear so many different perspectives on it. But I kind of look back at my life, and I'm kind of thankful that the manosphere as it is right now wasn't around when I was a bit younger, because I went through a period of my life where I made a bad series of decisions, kind of had to restart things myself, and I was angry for a long time. I went through at one point where I was kind of between jobs, and I was doing a job as almost kind of like a delivery driver, outdoor salesman, whatever, where I was listening to like the likes of Rush, Limbaugh, and Glenn, I forget his last name now, and what's the other crazy guy? But I was listening to all those guys and kind of thinking, yeah, like, this is the reason I'm not doing better, and I'm not meeting women because their expectations are high, this and that. I went through that whole period of time where I was angry at everyone but the person I should have been angry at, which was myself. And once I started embracing the idea, I had been going to therapy already at that point, but I was just doing it because other people told me that's what I needed to do. When I started embracing and understanding that it really came down to, who do I want to be? What am I going to do? What are the choices that I'm going to make? What part of the problem am I going to be? That's when I started to understand. And I'm not saying that I'm healed by any means. It's a constant process for me. I'm married. I do my best to be the best husband I can. I'm a father. I do my best to be the best father that I can. And I make a lot of mistakes. And I learn from them. And I try to be better. And I think that once you stop learning, it's time to, take that dirt nap. I think we all got to keep learning every day. But I kind of think back and I wonder, if that had been around at the time, would I have been able to get out of that? Because it's like you said, they want to sell something. They want to give away a quick solution to a problem that ultimately you've got to solve for yourself. Nobody's going to fix it for you.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but we also have to be able to influence people for on the positive things. I think that is a sort of a byproduct. Absolutely. It's a byproduct almost of the Do Something tour. We were talking about it yesterday as we were discussing this with a potential documentary filmmaker who wants to tell this story with us. Wow, those are cool. Thank you. It's not just about the politics. In fact, the Do Something tour is not even about politics. It's about community activism. It's about discussing things that should be important. It's about reminding dads, especially girl dads, the influence, the potential positive, amazing, generational, cycle-breaking influence you can have over your daughter. So I think
that's the thing. Everything's become so tied up in politics that, I don't even consider your show. We talk about politics a lot, but there's people who come into your live and you're talking about topics like this. This is not a political topic. It's been wrapped up in politics because of the people involved and the money involved.
Correct.
But it's a human problem. It's a human problem. And that's when you stop looking at it from left, right, center, whatever, that's when you can have the real genuine discussions. People want to blame this side, that side. There are bad men on the left. There are bad men on the right. There are bad men in the center.
Correct.
Okay. Just like there are good men left, center, right. It's not a political issue. It is a human condition issue that we constantly have to keep improving on. And it's not something that can be fixed right away. It has to be something that is always being worked on. In the past, it was, people were saying, oh, it's a physical thing. Men are more physically dominating, and that's why they're in control. Then it led to more of a societal shift when society started to shift. And now it's kind of these guys that are saying, okay, well, the only way to get hold of your life is to take control of other people's. When the fact of the matter is, our lives right now are not fully under our control because we've let corporations, we've let everything in that kind of runs how we live our lives. So it's all tied together. I'm so glad you're talking about it. One last thing before I go, I always think of that line, and you've seen it, being an 80s kid, 90s kid and everything. That line in the movie where the father always said, "Oh, you think you're better than me?"
Yeah, what?
I hope my son is better than me.
Same here.
Yeah, I hope my son is better than me.
I completely agree. Thank you, Drew. I know it's been a journey for you, friend. I appreciate your honesty and your transparency, being a good example. Thank you, brother, for jumping in today. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
You got it, man. That's why I say this, because it's true that you are the smartest chat on TikTok, and these conversations, you can't have this everywhere. These conversations are absolutely necessary. I'm just one voice, but if I've got this platform, I feel very privileged to have it, and I know we've seen change from people, right? The opportunity to be able to talk about these things is not lost on me. I'm very privileged and very lucky to be able to do it. If I didn't use this space for that, then what the fuck? We obviously talk about politics, but there's always a theme to me. This is obvious. We've been talking about this from day one. Everything we uncover, everything we lift up, every drawer we open, every rock we flip over, it's always about follow the money. In the red pilling in the manosphere is a massive fucking grift. It's only a very few people that are making the money that they're telling others that they can make, whether it's some pyramid scheme or some Ponzi endeavor or whatever the fuck it is. It's all about the fucking grift. It's all about the fucking grift. I've got some sound here to play. Thank you, Tiff. I'll just play this.
Are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators.
Say this with all candor, like we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files.
Hold on.
But
there's a lot going on
because
there.
we have the best equipment in the world. You know, we've stopped almost everything. We are doing.
Basically, the president attempting to blame others for what happened to the troops in Jordan. They did slip something through. You're good. He was asked about the troops. You're fine. He was asked about the troops and then said, yeah, they did slip something through in Jordan. Okay. Great. Just fantastic. Super. So much support for the military. They didn't want to take, of course, not going to take any responsibility for it. Adam, how are you today?
How are you, sister? أنا from Gaza. Please, one key baby. والله مريض. اللهم جنة my sister يا رب العالمين. والله معي baby. One key please from Gaza. غزة.
I'm just going to mute your friend, and if you want to coin some, you can. Feel free. Look, this whole. We could do another show on this entire topic, and we will, because I've got so much more to say. Observationally speaking, I think it's worse. Meaning that as bad as this cabinet is, I don't worry about Trump, to be honest. I worry about people like Stephen Miller and Peter Thiel and Curtis Yarvin and that group of people, and then the Doug Wilson influence and the Joel Webbin influence on the manosphere. So the next generation of political leaders, like remember that whole debate, not even a debate, there was a story that was released earlier this spring about a group of young Republicans who were sharing Yahtzee rhetoric. And people have to say that this is the future of the Republican Party. No, it is the Republican Party. This is who, they're sharing proudly great replacement theory bullshit. They're proudly talking about European culture. They're proudly talking about why they think we need the SAVE Act because we're losing. What are you losing? You're not losing anything. This entire thing is connected to this particular belief set that's driven by Christian nationalism and by racism and losing a grip. They look at the census data, they see the changing demographic, they know exactly what they're in for, they know exactly what to expect, they know exactly when. So all of this is connected to that. So it's men, white men in particular, realize that they're losing power that they never got other than being born into it. Didn't earn it, didn't do anything for it, but have lived and thrived in it. Capitalism has worked too well. That's the argument, that it's worked too well because it has enriched so many people at the top at the expense of everybody else. So no wonder they don't want to lose control of that. No wonder they get intimidated by Zohran Mamdani when he wants to put rent freezes on apartments in New York City. No wonder. No wonder. Yeah, I would too. I'd be intimidated by that as well. If I was part of that the billionaire class. Speaking of Zohran, I've got some sound I want to play from him. Because anytime we can hear from him is a good day. I think I have it here. And just as thank you for jumping in today, friend. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Every time I get to hear from him, I'm more inspired by his message, only because it speaks directly to the things that we should all want. Okay? We should all want affordable housing. We should all want access to capital. We should all want, a better education system and a stronger social safety net. All these things that we should all want. I think, here you go. This is Zohran Mamdani talking about priorities in New York City and whether or not he would address the situation with Bibi Netanyahu if Bibi showed up in New York, based on the fact that there's an ICC ruling out on him.
Reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli prime minister, but at the same time meeting with the ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the prime minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate. And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment. They are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws. That is our commitment. That is something that we will follow through on when it comes to an adherence to local law. And that's all I have to add on that.
Mamdani says New York City should honor the ICC warrant for Netanyahu hours after Trump vows no arrest. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is standing firm. The ICC's arrest warrant for Israeli PM Bibi Netanyahu should be honored. Speaking at a press conference on Monday, hours after Trump declared on Truth Social that Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States, Mamdani did not back down. We're speaking about, quote, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant, Mamdani said, noting the warrant covers alleged crimes against humanity and war crimes, and calling Netanyahu the architect of the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. He added, these are not facts of my assessment. They are facts of public record. The ICC issued the warrant in November of 2024, accusing Netanyahu of war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza, including the use of starvation as a weapon of war. If someone is charged with a warrant by the International Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes, that's something I believe should be honored, Mamdani said, and I've also said that we will follow our local laws. So there's a pretty clear divide forming. I talked about this earlier, either last week or over the weekend, and I don't think it's getting enough attention, okay? That 103 Democrats voted to not fund Israel with this latest round of supplemental, $3.3 billion. It still passed. It still passed. It was expected to. But last time they had this vote, there was 37. Now there's over 100. That's a pretty telling indicator of the moderates in the Democratic Party listening to the left, saying, "Listen, this is what's happening in the party. Please pay attention." And sure enough, that's a really good sign. Thomas Massie was the lone Republican who did that. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know, if there's going to be more energy. But as we've talked about before, right, the reason that I advocate for progressives being elected is because we can look at these things and say, why are we writing this blank check? Why? And I've had good conversations in this space with people who work for the DNC, and they're thinking, well, the progressives need to listen more to the DNC. I'm like, no. The DNC needs to listen to progressives more, needs to listen to DSA candidates more, because that's where the party is. That's where the party is. You moderates have got to pay attention to that and listen. And if the party and the people, especially Gen Z and younger millennials, are saying, why are we funding the G-side of Bibi Netanyahu's government? Why are we doing that? And those people getting elected, they're the ones that are going to be wanting to advocate for change. So that then requires the moderates to get on board. Hakeem Jeffries, I'm talking to you. Chuck Schumer, I'm talking to you as well. So get your shit together. Please. Get your shit together. And soon. And vote. Kristen, how are you this morning?
Hey, Steve. Good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. What's on your mind?
Yeah, this is kind of random, but did you hear about the Navy pilot who did the flyover? That he did an interview in Florida with a local station, that it was a miscalculation. He had not intended to go that low, and that he'd been really shaken up afterwards, and he felt he's really sorry because he knew that was really dangerous.
The Blue Angel pilot over the beach. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that was wild. That was pretty wild.
Right. And he's saying it was a miscalculation. It wasn't intentional, but Haig says tried to make it sound like, hey, we're going to do this if we want to do it. So I just wanted to pop up and say that I thought it was interesting because it didn't really make the rounds. So.
Wait, Kristen, are you saying that Pete Hegseth wasn't exactly honest with us?
For the first time ever, maybe. Really, what a disappointment.
What a total disappointment. He might get written up as the assistant manager to the assistant manager. Who knows? But thank you.
Maybe.
But thank you for sharing that story with us. I appreciate you, friend. Thanks for being here.
Yep. Have a good day.
You too. See you later. Bye. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Perfect example of what we've been discussing. Men unwilling to take accountability and responsibility for anything. For anything. Have you heard any of them say, I take ownership of this? Any of them? Every chance Keg's breath has gotten, he's deferred. It was somebody else in Central Command. It was an underling. It was somebody else in our department that leaked it. It was an act. I didn't share anything classified on Signal. We're always the ones who are responsible with our intelligence. Oh, that's cool. With our intelligence information. Not one of them is ever willing to take any kind of responsibility at all. They'll just pass the fucking buck, no matter what. Good morning, friend. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. My husband's a Navy pilot, retired now, and he's a pilot to this day. I've been to that air show. I am so pissed, but I actually think this is a good idea, Steve. I think let this continue to happen, because eventually within the military, people will start to see the harm that they are willing to put them in the way. Because you have a lot of youngerns that, once they get in, they're not really paying. They just put their head down and they work. But then when what we call in the Navy, when the shit rolls down the hill and the umbrella of good quote unquote woke leadership isn't there to protect you or advise you. What I tell my toddler, sometimes, girl, you just got to fall and learn the hard way. And honestly, this is going to cause the military to start to have an awakening within on what values are and this whole warrior ethos. So look, as a Navy vet,
good point.
As a Navy vet, I'm tired of it. I'm absolutely tired of it. And if you know my story, you know why I'm tired of it. You know why I'm tired of it, because I had to deal with a Navy like this when I was enlisted. And I had to take both of my chain of commands to captain's mast. So at some point, sailors, some point, battle buddies, you got to put your big girl, big boy pants on, and you've got to vocalize up. And the only way you're going to vocalize up without legal help is in a group. That is how you have to do it. If not, you're going to end up splitting the Navy or the military, and it's going to fold on its head. It's going to fold on its head. And as for the ICC, this is where I used to work, Steve. This is the ground I used to work in.
Damn. Awesome.
I wish more. Yeah, I worked in human rights law under all 4 presidents, either policy or law advising, such as Leahy vetting, which would be on the accountability of what you're seeing BB fall under to a certain degree, using government to oppress a group of people, or using our funds. So Leahy vetting is the process of auditing a country's behavior to see if they are worth us giving our funds to. That's the definition of Leahy vetting in short. And I wish more, though we are not privy to the ICC. We are not privy to it. Just the principal thought that more states would go through this or just declare this, especially DC, even though, Steve, correct me, did Trump make the other 3 police agencies in DC federalize them? Did that ever go through?
It's a good
Did
question.
he ever federalize them?
I know what you're talking about. I don't have an answer for you, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't think so, because I think we would have talked about that a little bit more if it had, but he may have. Who knows?
Yeah, so if he didn't federalize the other three, DC has 4 policing agencies. I'm from DC originally. If he didn't, it would be wonderful if DC declared the same stance, just to make him uncomfortable, just to let him know that he can't go back to Israel nod and claim that he has the U.S. backing. And here's a picture of this. In 2019, Steve, anytime, this is U.S. policy, anytime there's an election year for a foreign leader, they are not to present themselves on our Senate floor. They're not to come here. They cannot come here during their election year and do this stuff. They can't come here. And Bibi was allowed to do it. The Republicans allowed him to come here during an election year and speak on a floor. So if we have other states declare this, he can't go back to Israel not and be like, yeah, U.S. got us. They got us, homie. He can't do that. There needs to be a global message, even if it's on a state sovereignty level, to go after this in some kind of humane stance. Over.
Can I ask you a question about your experience with the ICC? Because I'm fascinated by something all of a sudden. Am I wrong to assume that the reason that the United States doesn't recognize the ICC is because the amount of war crimes that we've committed?
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. And this really happened under the Bush administration. Also, I can't remember the specific law. I'm a little rusty on it. I haven't been in it in about 3-4 years. Thank you, Trump. Our U.S. military cannot be prosecuted abroad. Now, what happened is that Bush stated a clear and vagrant lie to the global community that we do not want our troops being persecuted by the ICC. But the ICC does not go after troops. That is not who the ICC goes off of. The ICC goes off of heads. So it would be generals or the president or Department of State. They do not go after the small people, other than they can be part of a trial of a tribunal. That's the point of a tribunal. So you have the Rwanda tribunal, Nuremberg tribunal, do you see Bosnia tribunal? These are tribunals that will pull in these people, and only on one occasion, and you can say it's racist, but at the same time, I think it was worthy of it, do we have someone in lower society actually prosecuted by the ICC. And that would be the radio host of Rwanda, who was broadcasting the rhetoric that motivated, listen to this hate speech, motivated the massacres and genocides in Rwanda. He was on the radio setting precedents, wink, 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 stomp your feet if you hear me, of hate speech that can inspire genocide or the attempt in whole or part, per the law, of genocide. That is the law, in whole or part. You tried and you failed. You planned it out. It was your full intent to do so, but it could not be completed. Think about that. That's why I want this administration.
I'm with you. So with an international and ICC arrest warrant, countries that honor it, I get that. But in our case, since Zohran Mamdani's come out publicly saying, again, we'll abide by our laws, but who would be the arresting body? Would that be the federal government to honor an ICC arrest warrant? Or how does that even work? I mean, I'm not sure if that's even in your area of expertise, but I'm just
So this
curious.
is unprecedented.
Right.
Yeah, this is unprecedented, but we have had this. So al-Bashar, for example, al-Bashar was a war criminal in Africa. And he was still going all over Africa with his little cocky butt, and nobody arrested him. It can be the state. It typically is the country, so it would be federal level. But right now, this is so unprecedented. We're in such weird times. I have no idea if our state police, if somebody knows it, let me know.
Right.
Let me know, because I'm going to meet with the governor of Oregon in a couple of weeks. let me know. Hey,
So what you're saying?
if a state
So what you're saying
can
is
do
that,
it.
so what you're saying is it would normally it would be the FBI, right? Normally, because it'd be federal.
It doesn't necessarily. Yeah, you can say the FBI, but that doesn't mean the FBI acts in solidarity.
Gotcha. Okay.
Other agencies can assist with the maintaining of a person.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that tracks. So we don't know because obviously I think Vladimir Putin also in certain countries also considered a war criminal in violation of the the ICC. He goes to Alaska. We know what happened up there. So isn't it just the U.S. and North Korea, I think, that don't honor the ICC? Am I right about that? Maybe?
No, I don't remember everybody. I know there's some other people that don't. I don't remember. It's been too long. I'm 4 years out now.
Okay,
I'm 4 years out.
Thank you,
And
though.
thank you for the compliment. I'm knowledgeable, but not you, host. I'm knowledgeable, but I'm not host material. Thank you. I'm totally fucking host material.
Who said that? I didn't.
I'm totally fucking host material.
Who
Not
said
you,
that?
Boo. Not you.
Okay.
Somebody in the comments, I'm like, what? Okay. I'm only knowledgeable enough to advise presidents and Department of State heads such as Rex Tillerson, Mike Pompeo, Kelly, Hillary Clinton, and then USAID. But I won't host a live.
I get that. Free. Thank you so much for your wisdom and for your awesomeness and what an amazing host you are. I appreciate you very much, friends, for being here today. Thanks for jumping in.
No problem. I just had to speak on that pilot in this. These are my top two issues.
I
Sorry.
got you. It's okay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Thanks a lot. I gotta learn. I need to learn more. I need to learn more about the ICC. Friends, we've got 6 minutes left. I could really ask you a favor. It's important for us to stay on the FYP. So if anybody can help us complete those gift goals, I would really appreciate that. We don't get to pick and choose the items that go into the gift gallery. TikTok does that. If there's a way that you could go to the gallery and see what the gifts are up there and take care of that, I would really appreciate that. It's important because it's relevant for traffic. It's relevant for the live getting out the FYP and potentially getting more listeners. So anything you can do to help us out with that, I would really, really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Got time for a couple more guests. Hi, Heather.
Hey, I don't remember. It was a mistake.
That's okay. It happens. It happens. I appreciate you being here, friend, as always. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Bye. Bye. Yeah, the ICC. What does that say? The U.S. isn't a signatory to the ICC, which doesn't have jurisdiction over U.S. nationals. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, but I'm just wondering why. I think we can all draw our own conclusions as to why the United States is not a signatory, and I feel like it's North Korea as the other country, which is shocking that would be the case. Okay, here's another statement from the president from the Oval Office today.
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China is maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look, they do things and we do things to them. I'll be honest. We do things to them, too. It's not a one-way street. But we'll be talking to them.
What? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Anybody else in the guest box? What time is 11:56? Yeah, scatterbrain. That would be a compliment, or that would be dissing all scatterbrains out there, because I can be scatterbrained for sure. The way my brain works, I get an idea. I mean, my mods know and my friends know. I get an idea and I cannot get it out until I get it out. This is why I write a lot. If you saw my workstation where all my numerous iterations, I've got one book that's done that I just got to fine tune it and get it to a publisher potentially. And then I've got 6 or 7 versions of other books that I want to write. And then I've got Substack posts that I want to write. I got to get it out, and sometimes I don't finish it, but yeah. So there's that. Okay. Let me see here. I've got a couple more things, and then we'll wrap for the day. Don't forget, come back tonight for That's a Wrap, friends, at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then next week, we will roll out I should say Thursday night, we're going to roll out Debate Night. That's going to happen after That's a Wrap from 10 until midnight, likely. So, no, I'm not going to sleep at all, but that's what you need to do when this is your full-time job. Lorraine, are you there? I guess not. Okay, I'm just going to check with the mod team real quick. Friends, who are we going to raid? So as we anticipate wrapping up our show today, the usual suspects are probably out there live right now. SoCal Smitty, I'm assuming Smitty's live. We'll plan on raiding Smitty. We're not quite done yet, friends. I just have another guest in the guest box. Good job, Jen. You got the time right. I said what I said. How are you, friend? Thank you, Free. Appreciate you. I said what I said. Hi.
How are you?
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Earlier when we were talking about dealing with the manosphere and this and that and the victim blaming and whatnot, my story lives in all of that as far as a human being, but my do something that I have been working on the side a little bit and getting ready to a point where I think I'm ready to invite others in per se. But the women who spoke on this today, if you can connect with me, I think that there's a lot to be said around this and that it's part of what accountability, I think, is what I'm looking for to hold white women accountable. And in doing that, we all have to recognize what we grew up in, what we were taught and how we got there, whether there was abuse or not. And if you're in abuse, there's help to get out. You can get out. I got out. And so there's two sides to that coin. Like I just real quick, when I went through therapy and dealing with my divorce, I had to come to the conclusion that I was not going to ruin my son because I got a divorce from a man who was verbally, mentally, financially abusive and red pilled even back then. And he's 18 now and he's a great kid. And I've been out for a long time from that. But we have to hold women accountable too. And if they're in an abusive situation, we need to help first. But part of being able to help is getting women to see that there's help that's needed, because it took a long time for me to understand that I was in trouble. Like, it runs deep. It's not that I was ever a Republican voting woman. I was a registered independent until I moved to the state of Arizona, and I was forced to have to choose a side in order to vote primaries because they don't have the open whatever. That's a whole thing in itself. However, I have to say that it's the patriarchy and growing up in the religious mess and the be good to, dealing with men and being good to them and catering to them and all of these things. I'm 50, by the way. And so all of these things are things that I grew up in, and women have grown up in them. And it's hard to recognize too. It's just as hard for white women to sometimes recognize that even if they're happily married, even if their husband is a great guy, that there are not issues that white women have been literally just born and bred into that we need to have a conversation about in a lot of different ways.
I appreciate you saying
and
that.
So
yeah, I think you're right. I appreciate you saying that. This is a conversation that has to continue. You're right.
Yeah, and I would like to do it with women. And I've been looking for an opportunity to have a live and to share some of these things and really have an honest conversation with women who are grown up enough and able to have the conversation emotionally without it being a huge charged thing. Because I don't think the other side of that is to hate men. And I think that some of that spills over. and that's not healthy either. And so
Okay.
I'm heavily disturbed by the trad wife movement.
Yeah.
I think that that's what we subconsciously grew up in, and as white women,
Yeah.
in a lot of situations, and it's to our own detriment. So
I appreciate you saying
anyway,
that.
if they could connect with me, that would be really appreciative.
Yeah.
I'm just at the beginning myself, but it is my do something, and so I'm
I appreciate that. I think part of it is, if you mentioned you wanted to do a live on this topic, if necessary, I would be happy to host and just host and not even offer any kind of commentary. So just let me know if that's something you're interested in. But thank you for joining in today, friend. I appreciate you very,
oh
very
my
much.
God, that makes me almost want to cry. Thank you.
Seriously, I mean, message me.
I will.
Message me. Okay.
I will.
All
Okay.
right. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
Thank
All right.
you.
Talk to you later. All right. Bye. Yeah, that's those are the conversations that we have to have in this particular space. I want to thank everybody for joining today. We went down a lot of rabbit holes, absolutely necessary. We're going to rate our friend Emma. Hi, Emma. You guys know Emma. Please come back tonight, friends, for That's a Wrap. It'll be 9 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll cover the day's news. Between now and then, everybody, please get out there and do something, because there's always something to do, and you've got a lot of power. Thanks, friends. I appreciate you all. Have a great day, and we'll see you tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Peace.